Order, City Council regular meeting Tuesday, July 8th, 2025 at 6:35. Roll call. Kaylee?
Councilmember Thompson. Vice Mayor Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Stafford.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson. Councilmember Darms.
Here.
Councilmember Knight. Here. Mayor Marks.
Here. And we're going to have the invocation, pledge allegiance, invocations from Phyllis Bartle from St. Jude's Episcopal Church.
Let us pray, our land, that we may be a people at peace among ourselves and a blessing to other nations of the earth. To all in administrative authority, grant wisdom and grace to the exercise of their duties. To those who make our laws, give courage, wisdom, and foresight to provide for the needs of all our people and to fulfill our obligations to the community of nations. To our first responders, give understanding and integrity, that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. And finally, teach our people to rely on your strength and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, that they may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society, that we may serve you faithfully in our generation and honor your holy name. For yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are exalted as head above all. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Okay, number 1, absences, we have none. Number 2, presentations and proclamations. 2A, budget overview presentation, Deb Lamore.
Good evening, Council. Devlin Moore, Finance Director. Tonight I'm going to be providing you an overview of the fiscal year 2025-26 preliminary budget. This is really a 10,000-foot overview to prepare you in setting the proposed millage rate at your next meeting. That being said, we are going to cover a lot of information tonight, and it is going to be quite comprehensive at times. Please feel free to stop me if you have any questions or if you need clarification on anything. If I start speaking some foreign language or not making sense, you may hit me with your gavel. I'll good with that. So, all right. So let's start out with talking about what we're going to focus on tonight. So at your next meeting on July 22nd, the council will adopt a proposed millage rate. And so tonight's agenda is to prepare you for that, hopefully provide you the information you need to make an intelligent decision, an informed decision. So we're going to start by recapping the current fiscal year 25 budget. We'll provide an overview of what is currently in the 26 budget. We'll discuss the general fund budget in quite a bit of detail because that's going to be the primary focus, given that this is to set you up once again to set the proposed millage rate. And then we'll talk about taxable values and millage rates. But before we do so, I just want to recap where we've been so far. So on May 10th, City Council held its strategic planning workshop, and then a citizen budget input session was held at your council meeting on May 13th. Then during the last 3 council meetings, your department heads gave you presentations on the needs of their departments, and I think that hopefully set a good foundation to go forward on. On June 24th, we received the preliminary certification of taxable values from the property appraiser. Those numbers were used to calculate what ad valorem revenue would be based on property values here in the city. So let's take a look at what was accomplished in the current year's budget. The fiscal year 25 budget was balanced at a reduced millage rate of 6.8691. This represents about a $0.25 decrease to the prior year's rate of 7.1209. It maintained all existing service levels and programs, and it provided for pay adjustments. It funded 8 new positions, which is quite a bit to fund in 1 year, but it was accomplished. You had a new human resources generalist position, a senior procurement position in finance, 2 executive assistant positions, 1 in the fire department and 1 in public works. Those 5 positions were budgeted we prorated those positions so that the funding began on January 1, so it was for 9 months. The council also funded a new school resource officer for University High School. This position is reimbursed about 50% from the school board and was a mandate from the Volusia County chief. And then also a firefighter. And these 2 positions were prorated 3 months and funding began on July 1. A parks maintenance specialist was funded as well for a full year, and then in the utilities fund, a lift station mechanic was funded. The amended budget includes $35.9 million in capital outlay. I'm just going to touch on some of the bigger ticket items that we have currently going on. You have about $4.9 million in septic to sewer projects going on in the city. You have $8.5 million funded for the industrial drive infrastructure improvements, $6.1 million for the SRF pipe looping and rehab, $1.8 million for the Rhode Island and Levick traffic circle, and then recently the city appropriated $1.3 million for the Transform 386 grant that will help fund the Mill Lake and Industrial Drive flood mitigation project, which should help alleviate some of the stormwater issues we have here in Orange City. And then finally, the current budget appropriated $3.2 million for recovery from Hurricane Milton. That provided for the road repairs on Threadgill Place and Monastery Road, as well as sidewalk replacement at Harley Strickland Boulevard, flood mitigation and repairs of the chambers and the PD, and replacement vehicles for the police department. The fund balances for the city continue to be healthy. The general fund, which is made up of the general fund, operating fund, the capital improvement fund, and facility construction fund, all carry a balance, a projected year-end fund balance of $16.2 million. We'll discuss that fund balance a little bit more in a future slide. Then you have the utilities fund, which has a projected balance of $6.24 million, and then the stormwater enterprise fund has a balance of about $490,000. Then we have impact fee funds. Just as a reminder, impact fee funds can only be used for new capital costs associated with supporting new development and growth in the city, and there are 4 separate funds for that. You have the fire department impact fee fund, which is at $530,000, the police department impact fee fund, which is at $160,000, parks at $390,000, and transportation's at about $800,000. Then you have your special revenue funds, which are funds that have restricted purposes. The CRA fund balance is about $1 million, and then all other funds total about $310,000. Those funds include the tree bank fund, the solid waste fund, forfeiture fund, and the street lighting special district fund. This slide provides you a snapshot of the proposed budget for the major funds. And the reason why we present it this way is to give you an apples to apples comparison of what the adopted budget was for fiscal year 25 compared to the proposed budget for fiscal year 26. Going forward, it's general practice to compare the amended to the proposed, but we wanted to kind of give you a benchmark of where we are compared to what was adopted last year. So we'll start with and the reason why is because at the bottom you can see that the adopted for fiscal year 25 was $34.7 million. Now the amended is at $69 million, so almost doubled. And this is because a lot of the carry forward projects, unspent project funds from the prior year carried forward. Plus you had a bunch of different amendments that came to fruition during this budget year, including the funding for Industrial Drive and Hurricane Milton recovery, and then the 386 grant match. So when you compare the adopted for this year to the proposed, you're looking at, in the general fund, an increase of about $2 million, or a 12% increase. Then the capital improvement fund and the facility construction fund, both are seeing together an increase of about $415,000, or a 6% increase. Utility revenue fund is balanced at an increase of about $1 million, or 12%. Stormwater funds balanced with an increase of $420,000, or 34%, and we'll go into all these in a little bit more detail momentarily. And then the CRA fund increase from 1.4 to $2 million is what's in the proposed budget. So the total budget increased by about $4.9 million, or 14% compared to the adopted budget. Now we're going to take a little bit of a closer look at the proposed budget for the general fund. And again, this is comparing the amended to the proposed. And the numbers on this slide are a little different than the numbers on the previous slide, because the previous slide did not factor in interfund transfers. So we, again, was trying to keep it apples to apples. This budget's a little larger because we're capturing that transfer from, for instance, the general fund to the capital improvement fund. So in all, revenues are up. When you compare it to the original adopted budget, ad valorem revenues are projected to increase by $812,000, or 10%. And this is based on the current rate of 6.8691. All other revenues decreased by about $1.9 million, and this is largely attributed to the fact that the current amended budget includes $1.3 million in projected grant proceeds for that LAP, for the Rhode Island Traffic Circle, and a decrease in interest and investment earnings, which we'll touch on a little bit more later in the presentation. And it's balanced with a transfer in from fund balance of $147,000. Now I'm going to talk about personnel costs. The personnel costs increased by about $1.9 million compared to the amended budget, or 14%. And this is attributed to a number of things. One, as you may recall just a few minutes ago when I was telling you about the new positions that were added to the budget, many of them were prorated in this new budget. Now we're funding them for the full 12 months. So we have that. The proposed budget also includes pay raises, which we'll discuss a little bit more in a few slides. And then it includes various increases to the fringe benefits. I want to just take a moment real quick to talk about attrition. So I was recently asked if the city budgets for attrition. In other words, do we look in a crystal ball, figure out what vacancies there are going to be, and then reduce the budget to account for that? And the answer is kind of. So we do not budget attrition. We don't necessarily consider positions or look at positions as being vacant in the future when we develop the budget. That being said, when we project the overtime, we also don't account for attrition. And what happens when you have vacancies? Typically you have more overtime at time and a half, which then offsets some of that cost that you may see in the attrition. So that's part of the reason why we don't budget for attrition. Some of the other reasons why we don't is, one, it's never been a policy of the Orange City. It's not common for cities of our size because the savings budgetarily are not great. Also, when an employee leaves the city, they can be paid up to 580 hours of PTO, which is paid for from attrition. Also, pursuant to the personnel policy, to help reduce the liability on the books for PTO, employees, if they meet the criteria, can buy out some of their PTO, and we use attrition to pay for that. So in the end, there's really not enough savings, and there's actually more of a risk to try to do budgeting for attrition. So I just wanted to share that because it's been some conversation among staff, and just wanted to clarify that in case you're asked. Operating expenses for the proposed budget decreased by about $2.4 million, or 36%. This is largely attributed to the fact that we had to budget for the recovery of Hurricane Milton. Those very expensive road repairs are not capital. We're bringing them back to the original cost, so those are considered operating. That's why we have a drop between the amended and the proposed budget. And then the transfer of the CIP decreased by about $9.4 million. The fact of the matter is a lot was accomplished this fiscal year that we're in now. One, the city council transferred $4.3 million from the general fund to the capital improvement fund to establish a reserve for all those projects that you knew were coming down the pike. The council budgeted for the replacement of engine 67, which came out of that. And then there's a lot of large projects, many of which I had already discussed. So that accounts for why that number has decreased significantly compared to what's in the proposed budget. And lastly, there's a slight decrease in the transfer to other funds. That's because in the current fiscal year, the city council approved a one-time transfer from the general fund to the stormwater fund to pay for a stormwater pump. So that's part of the reason why that has decreased. Here's a snapshot of the utilities revenue fund. So again, because we're focusing primarily on the general fund, these will really be the only slides you'll see on the two enterprise funds. Utility enterprise fund is projected to have a 4.4% increase in revenues and is balanced with a transfer in from fund balance of about $230,000. That money is being used for non-recurring capital outlay. In the utilities fund, this proposed budget includes funding for a new water plant, a senior water plant operator position, a new customer support specialist position, funding for a GIS intern. It sets aside $1.4 million for capital outlay across all the utility funds, and it transfers about $480,000 to the renewal replacement fund, which is that savings account that we've set aside for those large capital projects that we know that will come to fruition as assets age out. I do want to indicate that this budget is based on rates that we don't necessarily know yet. We are waiting for June's CPI to be released because our rates currently are based on June CPI, and unfortunately those numbers won't be released until July 15th. I feel confident that the rate projections that we use will hold, but if not and CPI is lower than expected, we'll have to go back and cut from this budget to balance it. So staff may ask, well, why is the utility revenue fund and the stormwater fund getting new positions but not the general fund? And the reason why is because the cost of those positions are supported by the rates and by the user fees. You have to think of enterprise funds as being restricted pots of money that can only be used for business-like activities. So for instance, the utility revenue fund can only be used for activities associated with water and wastewater. We can never fund other positions outside the utility revenue fund that don't support the utility. We can't fund a police officer or a firefighter. It's literally absolutely not allowed, against the law. And I'm pretty sure they put me in jail, so please don't send me to jail, anybody. We're not gonna do it, so. The stormwater fund, this budget is based on the stormwater rate study that was adopted by council last month. It is projected to have a 39% increase in revenues. It's balanced with the $357,000 transfer in from fund balance, which is scheduled in that rate study, so nothing crazy going on here. The rate study called for 3 new positions, and those are funded in this proposed budget. It enhances the proactive repairs and maintenance of the stormwater infrastructure throughout the city, and it funds $727,000 in capital outlay, all of which was in that stormwater master plan that was also adopted by council. Any questions so far? I don't usually talk this much, so. All right. So now we're going to deep dive into the general fund. This is where we get into the nitty-gritty of things. And before we do so, I do want to touch on some of the challenges. Nothing earth-shattering, but I do think it's important for the council to be aware of some of the things that the city's facing. First of all, the Save Our Homes cap for the new tax year is 2.9%. In the last several years, it's been 3%. That's the max. Typically, it's 3%, but it is based on the Consumer Price Index, and so the state of Florida has determined that the cap will be 2.9% this year. The Save Our Homes cap is the maximum annual increase that a homesteaded property can have. It's not really an issue this year, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it as CPI comes down, because it could have a significant impact on general fund in the future. For example, in 2016, the state capped the Save Our Homes at 0.7%. So that's a significant decrease and would probably result in a couple $100,000 in lost revenue. We also have the Live Local exemptions. The city has 2 properties that are currently receiving exemptions under this law, one fully, one partially, and it's a revenue impact of about $81,000. We're seeing revenue growth generally right now is moderate across many of the sources, but especially in the intergovernmental revenues. We're projecting a decline in some of the revenues, including state revenue sharing and state sales tax of about $37,000. This is due in part primarily for 2 reasons. 1, people are spending less money, and 2, there is a formula that is used by the state of Florida when they calculate how much each city receives. And as people continue to move to South Florida, their population continues to grow, and therefore they have more money. We're seeing declining interest earnings. So this is a big one, but we knew it was going to come. And this is why when we talk about interest and investment earnings, we largely consider it non-recurring revenue due to the volatility. The volatility as it relates to the interest rates, and the volatility as it relates to the spending down of the account balances. And interest rates are slowly declining. So I would look back, and the highest rate that we had on our accounts was 5.64% back in November 2023. Today, the rates are averaging 4.31%, which is a reduction of about 130 basis points. Not huge, but when you consider the fact that the feds would like to see these rates at about 2%, that's a significant drop. The proposed budget, when you compare it to the adopted budget for this year, we've decreased interest earnings by $100,000. But when you compare it to the amended budget, it's actually a decrease of $770,000. And the reason why is at mid-year, we realized that the interest earnings were projecting way more than we had anticipated, because we were being conservative. We figured that the rates were going to drop faster than they did. They didn't, fortunately. So at mid-year, we increased that and threw it up, but now we're going to go back to that conservative level because the Trump administration is adamant interest rates have to be lower. So we're assuming 2.5%. Now in the next few months, I'll be bringing back to you a new a new investment policy, which should hopefully open up some options for the city to hopefully mitigate some of these challenges that we're seeing with interest rates. And again, at mid-year, next year, hopefully we'll be able to come back and say, hey, you know, we earned an extra $500,000 than what we had projected. Last one on this is reduced availability grant funding. There's nothing new with this. You know, it's been going on for the last couple years. It's challenging. You know, every time, the last couple years that something got to the governor's office, it unfortunately got vetoed and the city lost out on grant funding. So that's a challenge that we're facing. Now, on the expenditure side, I know you all are tired of hearing me talk about inflation, and at some point, hopefully we won't be. But the fact of the matter is, we continue to be impacted by inflation. The good news is, inflation's way lower than it was a couple years ago. Looking back at May, CPI was 2.4% year over year, which is pretty good. It's still above the Fed's preferred rate of 2%. But we've seen a significant decrease in the last 2 years. If you look back 2 years ago, the CPI was hovering around 9 to 10%, which was a significant increase in a lot of the things that we spend our monies on. Now, the lowering of the CPI, some people forget that when CPI is lowering, it doesn't mean the prices are lowering. It means that the escalation in which prices are increasing decreases. So that 10% CPI that we saw year over year, those prices never came down. We're living with it now. And now we're unfortunately still having to deal with some of that. So last year I did a little research and want to share these stats again because I thought they were interesting. The Federal Highway Administration said that the road construction costs had increased by about 60% since 2020. So it's 60% more expensive to do road construction today than it was pre-COVID. And then the Deloitte Research Center said that non-residential construction increased by 40% since 2020. Machinery and equipment had increased by 26%, and concrete products had increased by 32%. These are all things that the city has to spend its money on. And unfortunately, in the last few years, the cost increases outpaced the revenue growth. So, and the city has construction needs, and they're more expensive than ever. Personnel costs, I won't spend too much time on that. It's a challenge to maintain competitiveness with the municipalities surrounding us. And then lastly, the city has a lot of capital needs. We have 3 buildings, a police department, Fire Station 68, and Public Works that need to be built at some point. Ongoing road and sidewalk infrastructure projects, stormwater projects, facility improvements, equipment replacements, the list goes on. So, a lot on the docket. Fortunately, the council has been able to accomplish a lot over the course of the decade that I've been here. It's unbelievable. So this slide is a new one, and what this does is it compares public safety costs versus other functions in the general fund. And it's looking back 10 years, and as you can see, the cost of everything increased year over year. What's interesting, though, is, and let me point out first, the red bars are public safety. That's police and fire. The green bars are everything else. That's development services, city clerk, city council, finance, administration, public works, parks and rec. In 2023-24, the cost of public safety it began to exceed the cost of all other general fund functions. So the cost of public safety is obviously outpacing the rest of the functions of the city and has surpassed the rest, and don't really see any relief in sight when it comes to this. And this graph does exclude the city of DeBerry's fire services to provide a apples to apples comparison. The proposed budget, public safety exceeds all other functions by $570,000. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about what's pending and the future unknowns. So there's a few numbers that we're holding on. First, we have property liability workers' comp. The proposed budget is based on an increase of 12.5%, which I think is conservative. We won't have our final rates, though, until August, and we took a big hit with Hurricane Milton, unfortunately. So hopefully we won't see too much of an increase reflected in our rates, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in August, hopefully before your budget workshop. We'll also have the solid waste contract and garbage franchise fee, which is on the docket for tonight. And the proposed budget does assume that the council approves the 20% or continues with the 20% franchise fee. We'll touch on that a little bit more here momentarily. Then we also have the award of attorney services. Any increase that might be relevant to this, the final negotiations in the contract, I would suggest that we address at mid-year and not necessarily during the budget process. Union negotiations are underway. And then are there any other wishes to be considered as part of the adopted budget by council? And then some of the future unknowns. I am already stressing about the 2025 hurricane season. There's significant changes at FEMA. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for the city to get cost recovery. They've been very, we've had a lot of success for Milton so far, but we're already seeing some changes happen behind the scenes. So property tax reform is going to continue, I think, to be a discussion point. There's several committees right now in Tallahassee that are crunching the numbers as hard as they can, and I don't necessarily know that they're crunching the right numbers to come up with a decision, but that's what it is. And of course, we also have those inevitable preemptions on unfunded mandates that might come down the pike, and then finally, economic uncertainties. We talk a little bit about that each time we do this. You know, there's significant unknowns, a lot of unknowns. I heard on the radio today that the Trump administration is placing a 25% tariff on Japan and South Korea. Don't know what that means. Don't know if it's going to stick. Don't know if it's going to be more or less tomorrow. Couldn't tell you. And then also, there's always a concern in the back of my head about the housing market. You know, most of the nation is seeing bad things with their housing market. Florida hasn't, because we continue to have a net gain in population here. People are still moving here, primarily from California, New Jersey, New York. But that may come to a halt at some point, especially as the cost of living here in Florida continues to increase. I want to provide you some of the assumptions that are built into the revenue. So again, it's maintaining a current millage rate of 6.8691, with which it generates a 10% increase in ad valorem revenue. Should the council opt to stick with the 20% franchise fee, that would generate an additional $224,000 in the general fund revenues. We have a decrease of $771,000 compared to the amended budget for interest earnings. There's a very modest 1% increase in all other revenues. And it is balanced with $147,000 transfer in from fund balance. Highlight on some expenditures. It does maintain all existing service levels and programs, and includes $90,000 for contingency. It does not include any new positions in the general fund. It includes pay adjustments. These are the adjustments that were discussed during the June 10th executive session. And it also includes $150,000 to be set aside for the possible implementation of the compensation study at mid-year. It includes $40,000 for a compensation study. Best practice is to perform these compensation studies every 2 to 3 years, just to make sure that we maintain parity with the cities around us. The last one was conducted in fiscal year 22 and was implemented in fiscal year 23. And then lastly, there's $70,000 set aside for a fire assessment study. Why are we doing a fire assessment study? Well, in June, Governor DeSantis signed House Bill 929, which encourages a change in how scheduling is done for the firefighters. It changes the firefighter shifts from a 24-48, where they work 24 hours and have 48 hours off, to one that is 24-72. It's 24 hours on, 72 hours off. That's a reduction of from 56 hours a week to 42 hours a week. Now, again, that House bill encourages, but when it comes to Tallahassee, sometimes we take that lightly and know that maybe something's coming down the pike later on. So would it become a mandate? Don't know. The recommendation is that we be proactive and get ahead of the curve, because if a schedule like that were to be implemented, you would have to increase your fire personnel by a third. And the projected cost on that is about $700,000 a year. All right, capital outlay. So this budget accomplishes quite a bit again this year. In your Friday communication, you're going to receive a report that's going to have a slew of different things. And in there, we'll have a list of all the capital projects and the description, the budget, the funding source. So that'll be in your Friday communication. I do want to just touch on some of the big ticket items that are in the budget. First, design of new facilities. That is at about $4 million. That brings 90% drawings to the fire station, 68, the police department, and the public works building. 90% drawings help open the door to potential funding possibilities. That's why it's important to get it done. However, and this may be a conversation that we need to have during the budget workshop, is does the council want to go forward with all three at the same time, or does council want to consider focusing on one, setting aside some of the savings from not completing the design on all three, and possibly moving forward with construction sooner than later on one rather than three? And that'd be a conversation later. Just wanted to provide all the information up front so you can begin thinking about it. Facility improvements include the general funds portion of the cost for the City Hall parking lot. Most of that's coming out of the CRA, but there is a large portion that'll also come from the general fund. And then there are interior renovations for City Hall budgeted as well in the proposed budget. Street infrastructure is $542,000. That includes engineering services for improvements to Rhode Island, from Levitt Avenue to VMP. This is engineering services. Construction would happen in the following year. And then resurfacing of sections of South Orange and East Graves following the septic to sewer projects that have been going on out there. Non-IT equipment's almost $200,000. That includes replacement mower and field equipment. And includes a shoreline maintenance Ventrac mower for Mill Lake Park. That was on their wish list and seemed important enough that it should be placed into this budget. And then fleet equipment's at $166,000. That includes a replacement truck, one for police, one for fire. IT equipment's at $101,000. Some of that's going to be your regular replacement of vehicles, but the majority of it is going to be the replacement of the phone system. So our phone system is no longer supported, and our IT department has gone to having to search eBay to find parts to the phones to keep the system operational. So there's money in the budget for that. And then park improvements at $17,000. The city manager and I thought it would be prudent for us to talk about the things that are not in the budget. These are items that were either cut or deferred. And again, in the report that you'll receive in your Friday communication, you'll have these to look at a little closer in addition to others. So this is not an all-inclusive list. These are items that had the biggest impact on departments. It was kind of the things that department heads were kind of sad to see drop out of their budget. And I'm just going to run through them real quickly. In administration, new equipment for the public information officer was cut. About $4,000 in employee engagement activities were cut. That included the elimination of the fall appreciation luncheon, cutting the various employee engagement items, and keeping the 5-year service award at $25 versus $50. There was some discussion of maybe it should be $50, but it's going back to $25. In administration, it reduces travel and training by about $7,000. That reduction will make it so that the department meets the minimum requirements. So, essentially, rather than maybe 2 attendees going to something, it'll be 1 attendee. So that was a way to cut funds. $11,000 was cut for travel and training within the city clerk's budget as well. Same justification. In general government, it was suggested that we cut the grant writer. This means the departments would be responsible for writing their own grant applications, and then we would seek consulting services on an as-needed basis for grant writing. $16,000 cut to supervisory training, the reduction in the contingency, reduction to education reimbursement, $19,000 cut from planning and zoning, primarily all related to the Historic Preservation Board. That included $10,000 cut to freestanding signs within the historic districts, cutting of historic banners and the brackets, eliminating $2,500 in expenditure within the HPV. The police department, we deferred a replacement code truck, reduced travel and training by $2,700, and cut $35,000 in equipment. That included a new digital message board, fingerprint scanner, and a replacement of 2 mountain bikes for the bike patrol. Fire department deferred the replacement of 1 pickup truck, and then in public services, deferred the replacement of a vehicle that is assigned to the public services director. This would have been split 50-50 with the utility fund. This particular vehicle would have been an upgrade to the vehicle he has now. It's not really conducive to going out to the site, and that vehicle would have been reassigned to their department pool. Deferred the replacement of a truck in parks, deferred a forestry mulcher, a replacement of a pavilion roof at Valentine Park, and reduction in professional services. So cut of about $423,000. Why did we do this? Well, to balance the budget, unfortunately, to keep the millage rate at the current rate, and not to spend or overspend the fund balance. Again, you'll have this on your Friday communication, and encourage you to take a look at it, and we'll have a conversation about it during your budget workshop in August. New position requests. None of these made it into the budget, but there's 8 total. The first 6 are we consider staff requests. Development Services asked for a planning technician. The police department asked for 2 police officers. Fire department asked for an EMS captain. And Public Services asked for a mechanic and a public works maintenance specialist. And then there were some positions that were discussed at the council strategic workshop. The police department's police officers were one of the things that were discussed, as well as an economic development director and a community events coordinator. The total year 1 cost of all these positions is about $803,000. That includes the initial setup costs, except for the trucks for police and fire, which could be paid for out of their respective impact fee funds. It's never easy to say no to new positions, but when you consider new positions, you have to consider the fact that they obligate future recurring revenues. And so you can't just look at what's being asked for this year. We have to look out and kind of project what the cost will be 5 years from now, because last thing I know the council would have to do is to eliminate positions because we don't have the funding to fund them. Okay, so there's a lot going on this slide, but I'm going to walk you through it real quick, and I want you to have a clear understanding of where we are with the fund balance now and where we're projected to be. And we're going to start with the general fund. The general fund's projected year-end balance at the end of this fiscal year is $5.4 million. The current proposed budget is pulling in from that fund balance about $146,000, leaving $5.3 million. Then we need to look at those thresholds that the council set as part of the fund balance policy. And we're backing those out. So contingency and emergency relief, $1.8 million is being set aside for that. That's for hurricanes and things that come up. And then budget stabilization, setting aside $1.7 million per the fund balance policy. And that's if there's some type of economic downturn and revenues are not keeping up, or something, if some crazy expenditure happens, you have some leeway there. Leaving an unrestricted balance of $1.8 million. However, I want to point out that at mid-year, City Council authorized staff to use part of the contingency and emergency relief that is set aside to pay for the Hurricane Milton stuff. And that's about $1.6 million that was pulled out. So the fund balance policy is actually asking or calling for a threshold for contingency and emergency relief of $3.4 million. The thought is that that will get repaid. The $1.6 million will be repaid as FEMA disbursements come in and insurance proceeds. So that should replenish itself. But if you were to put that policy threshold back in the general fund, you would have about $200,000 for a fund balance. The capital fund, you're projected to have a ending fund balance of 2.9 million. This budget is calling for a transfer in of 2.2 million, leaving a balance of about 700,000. That 700,000 is earmarked for the city's match, grant match on the Graves Avenue elevation project. So that money has already been accounted for. And then the facility fund, 7.9 million is a projected ending balance. We're pulling in the 4 million to complete design of the 3 buildings, leaving $3.9 million that could be applied to construction in the future. So that leaves a balance across those 3 funds, and those are all considered general funds, of $6.4 million. There's 2 things on this slide. The first on the left is a graph of the expenditure by function. This is showing that 78% of the cost is personnel, and the remaining 22% is everything else within just the general fund. And then on the right, you have what we call a sustainability test. So best practice is that recurring expenditures should never exceed recurring revenues. If you're starting to fund recurring expenditures with fund balance, you have a problem. So this is showing you that we're in check. Between the recurring revenues and recurring expenditures, there's $253,000 remaining. And then again, I'm just noting once again, we are pulling in $147,000 to fund non-recurring capital outlay, which is reasonable. We're still in balance with the recurring revenue and expenditure. So it's truly a balancing act, and again, we're presenting this information to you, and we intend to guide you through the budget process, and so you're gonna have some options, and this is not an all-inclusive list. These are just some potential options that can happen should council want to fund other things that we've discussed, some things that got cut, positions, that kind of stuff. So what are some of the things that can be done? The millage rate can be increased. You can defer recurring capital or other initiatives. You could reduce service levels or existing personnel. You could freeze vacant positions or do rolling freezes. Or you can reduce that savings that were on the prior slide by funding up to an additional $250,000 in non-recurring outlay. I would not recommend going above that, because then you're going to be risking the stability of the budget going forward. We're almost there, I promise. Any questions?
This makes our job fun, right?
It's a team effort, though.
Well, you said it's a balancing act, but when you look at the numbers, there's not a lot of wiggle room, right?
Yeah, not without cutting or increasing the millage rate. So we'll jump into looking at the millage rate and taxable values now. Excuse me. This is a snapshot of the taxable values of Orange City over the last 10 years. We have fortunately experienced an increase of about 133% in taxable values since 2016. Total taxable values in Orange City in 2016 were $590 million. For the upcoming tax year, the taxable value is $1.4 billion. That equates to about an average of 10% increase per year. The year-over-year increase is driven largely by new construction, all having larger property values, and then you have your commercial as well, which has a cap of 10% versus the 3% or 2.9% like we have this year. This slide is showing new taxable values over the last 10 years. The blue bars are the taxable values, and then the line is a moving average. So this is indicating things are looking good as it relates to new construction here in Orange City. For tax year 25, new construction totals about $58 million. It is a 66% increase when compared to last year, and it is the highest in new taxable values in the last 10 years. This is a recap of the millage rate over the last 10 years. In fiscal year 16-17, the millage rate was 7.45. The highest millage rate was 8.065, and that was in fiscal year 17-18. That was really done to fund quite a bit of capital outlay that was happening, including the construction of Mill Lake Park at the time. And then, as you can see here, the millage rate steadily decreased. The proposed millage rate is, the budget's currently proposing keeping the millage rate at the same at 6.8691. It's a similar action that was taken in fiscal year 2021, where council opted to stay at the 7.8332 and then went down again after that. And it continues to be the lowest millage rate since 2011. The average taxable values of a single-family residential unit here in Orange City has increased by 8.8%, from 134,000 to 146,000. Again, this is the average. So this slide has two scenarios. The first scenario is going to be a non-homesteaded property, which is about 23% of the housing stock here. These are people who have a second home, snowbirds, I guess you can say. So if you were to maintain the millage rate of 6.8691, you can see that the average taxes to the city increased from $923 to $1,004. That equates to an increase of $81 a year in their property taxes, or $7 a month. Now, the majority of the housing here in Orange City is homesteaded, and so the second scenario below shows the 2.9% Save Our Homes cap. When you apply that, you see that the average taxes to the city increase from $923 to $950. That's a $27 increase per year, or $2 a month, to cover city services. So as I mentioned, on July 22nd, City Council is going to be asked to set the proposed millage rate. Again, the proposed millage rate is the threshold. That's the maximum rate that you can set. So you can set up to 10. You can set whatever number you want. And then as we progress through and you do your public hearings in September, you can always come down. You just can't go up. So a lot of times what council will do is they'll set it higher than they expect. That's what goes out on the trim notices, but then during the public hearings, we'll bring it down after the workshop and all those conversations. So the proposed millage rate of 6.8691 does represent a 5.65% increase over the rolled back rate of 6.5019. So what is the rollback rate? The rolled back rate is considered the revenue neutral rate. It would be the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as this year. It essentially is not a tax increase on the citizens. So this matrix of millage rates provides you an idea of what each tenth of a mill brings you, going up and going down. So the budget and the orange line is where we're at. If you go up a tenth of a mill to 6.9691, you would generate an additional $126,000 in ad valorem revenue. Likewise, if you go down, you would decrease the revenue by $126,000. If you went with the rolled back rate, which is highly not recommended, that would equate to a decrease of about $465,000. We will present this to you on the 22nd, so you have this, so you have that conversation. Just know that anything below what's being proposed would require us to look at additional cuts in the proposed budget. So almost there. Proposed millage rate be set July 22nd. You'll receive your budget books on July 31st. One-on-one budget meetings are scheduled for the week of August 4th. A budget workshop is scheduled for August 11th. A second workshop could happen on August 25th if the council thinks it's necessary. Then in September, you'll have your 2 public hearings, the first one on Wednesday, September 10th, and the second one on Tuesday, September 23rd. Some budget years are easy. This one's a little bit more challenging than what we've experienced in the last several years. I think things are catching up on us with inflation and slowing revenues, and all the positions have been added in recent years. Fortunately, I think we have a good foundation. I think there's options going forward, and I think I have full confidence with your leadership and direction that we'll make it through the budget process and get to where we need to be at the end of the budget cycle. So, Ms. Arrington, do you have anything to cover that I might have missed?
Thank you very much, Devlin. I think he did an excellent job in giving this presentation because we really wanted you to understand why we're not sleeping at night. You know, I'm jesting on that. And I think that it is also really important for you to understand that there's a lot of wisdom in what he said. Sometimes you have really good years, and sometimes you have not so good years. And you may look at this budget presentation and say, not much room here to do new initiatives, but you're discounting what you've already done this year that is going to really go into effect next year. And you have done a lot of heavy lifting where we need to do it most, which has been in our stormwater funds. I've got to applaud you all for jumping through, that's not the right term, plodding through meeting after meeting to adopt a new study and a new rate that will enable us to get on top of some of our stormwater deficits. All of that is in this budget, and that's, you know, your focus has been on the essential health, safety, and essential government services that our citizens simply could not exist without. And the same is true as you look at what you have done in utilities over the past 2 years. Now, I know some of you have not been here long enough to recall, but it was not very long ago that you adopted the new utility master plan. And we are implementing that. We have a lot of work going on in that arena, and all of that is accounted for in this budget as well. So don't sell yourself short by not giving yourself a pat on the back for doing a lot of hard, tedious work to make this budget possible. That just has not been the focus of tonight. We have been looking at the general fund. So all of it's in there, but your decision next week is the general fund decision. You've already dealt with utilities. You've already dealt with stormwater. Next meeting, you've got to start dealing with the general fund by setting your do not exceed millage rate. And that's what this has been about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, great job. I know it takes a lot of hours, and now you can't sleep at night, but either will we now. Right?
There's a great new podcast out there. Let's get sleepy.
Yeah. Well, I
I'll
say
let you
that,
know about
I say that because the people that are here in the audience, you can see what we go through when we have to figure out these decisions, right? And it's not easy because you're cutting things that you don't really want to cut. So we're just going to do the best we can, right? Okay, we're moving on to 2B, Animal Tethering Report. Chief Miller?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mrs. Arrington, Mr. Reichman, Wayne Miller, Police Chief. This will be a very brief presentation, once we get it up on the screen there. It says, you may recall at your May 27th council meeting, you asked to bring back some information regarding animal tethering or animal restraining. And what prompted this was the weekend prior to that meeting, I believe it was Memorial Day weekend, we received a complaint about an animal that was outside, you know, in the heat. It's Florida, I mean, it's always hot, but there was an approaching storm. And so we received that call and responded out there, and sure enough, of course, during the middle of the rainstorm and the high winds, and there was a dog that was tethered, although tethered properly, I will say, at this residence, but we couldn't find the owner, nobody was home. So we took custody of the dog that particular, you know, weekend, and the next morning, the mom of the parents that owned the dog called us because the dog was missing, and of course, you know, we had it and brought it back to her. She was actually watching the animal, coming over in the morning, putting the animal outside, the dog outside, and coming back in the late afternoon after she gets off of work, bringing the dog back in the house. Of course, the storm came through before she got home, so that's what prompted this. And at the time, it was not really known by maybe several members, and I think Mayor Marks, you were aware of that call as well. It was not known that we actually have a tethering ordinance in place and had it in place. A lot of cities do. If you just put in Google, like everybody does, you know, AI comes up and will say that very, very different things, very generic. And I think on that one, it came up that it was actually illegal to do such. It's not, as long as it's done properly and with conditions. And we're gonna go over those. So that's what prompted why we're here today. So we actually already have an ordinance in place regarding tethering, which for those that don't know, that's restraining a domestic dog or cat to a stationary object. You know, house, tree, fence post, whatever it may be, by a rope, a trolley, a chain, or different means to restrict or confine them, because that's what is required per the ordinance. Our ordinance, which is section 415 and 416, talks about animal tethering both on and off property. And so I'm gonna go over those. Off property, we're probably all familiar with, is like the leash law, as you hear it. You know, when they're not on your property, you've got to be in control of your animal. They must be, as you see there, restrained at all times. They can be in a vehicle, in a pickup truck. They actually sell, you know, proper trolley systems that they can, you know, ride in the back of a truck. They have to be in a cage, kennel, building, or fence, with the property owner's consent, of course, off property. Or at dog parks, of course, you don't have to have your dog restrained or on a leash. They can run loose as long as they are obedient and listen to their master. We do get calls from time to time on animals fighting, you know, amongst each other, as they like to do. The restraint of animals while on property, which is why we're here. Owners have to ensure that animals are kept under restraint even while on their property, and this is done in various ways. And as long as they have those conditions that I spoke of, sufficient food, water, and shelter. Now, this particular case that we dealt with over the Memorial weekend, the animal had a really proper trolley system, 2 large shade trees, but not adequate shelter when the storm came. You know, animals can be outside. I mean, they have them, you know, horse stalls and, you know, cows in the pasture where they go and, you know, go in the shade and whatnot. I mean, animals are outside, and it is okay as long as they have, you know, adequate food, water, and shelter. And they're not laying in mud and puddles and the like. This particular case, those owners, or the mother that was watching them, you know, didn't come back in time, but they've been very, very cooperative with us, and they have long since, which I'll get to, addressed the issue. They have to be confined either within a house building, fence, crate, or other enclosure. And that second one from the bottom, humanely secured by a chain, cable, trolley, rope, or tether. So you can tether your animals outside. Some people may not. They have fenced-in properties and can let them, you know, run around. You know, I mean, I've had my dog on one of those, you know, things that screw into the ground, not depending on the, you know, the weight of the dog, of course, but not going to leave the animal out there all day long. So you can, as long as you have those, you know, those conditions at the top. or they have to be leashed or otherwise controlled by a responsible person and is obedient to the commands by that person present, while they're on the property. So we do have that in place. The ordinance continues to speak of owners must use obviously reasonable care to make sure that they take the necessary steps to make sure that their animals, are under control and are, not injuring or damaging other folks or other animals. We do get calls from time to time, an animal will be under the obedience of an owner on their front porch, but another animal's walking down the street with their owner. Dogs do what they do and they go after it, but we investigate them and we handle it, like we did on this particular one. Our penalties in the ordinance already in place. Obviously, we try to have folks comply with us. We'll go talk to them, educate them, make sure they're aware of it, give them a verbal warning. We did so exactly after this case, and as I said, the owners came home and were unaware, and we've been out there numerous times. If you recall, when we were over at the church one meeting when it really, really rained and stormed, our folks went and actually checked on that dog after that particular incident. The owners were out on the back porch, under shade. The dog was inside. So they were taking care of it back and forth. They've complied with us. They've put a rooftop over the kennel that they had to make sure there was proper ventilation and shade for their dog, who is loved by them and their children as well. But I can understand the concern when you drive by and you see it. You may not know all that's happening. So, any form of abuse or neglect or animal cruelty that we are aware of or are brought to our attention, we are going to investigate it. We did so on that particular case. I mean, we did take custody of the dog and held it because we knew it belonged to somebody. And sure enough, they came to us the next morning. The mom did. So in Ordinance 421, it covers that following the state statute for animal cruelty. So we already have this in place. I can tell you, we don't get a lot of, this was an anomaly on this particular call, but we investigated it. They took care of it, and they've been in compliance with everything for us. And our animal control officer continues to check on that dog. We don't have a lot of calls or complaints on that issue. As I said, ordinances of this nature are not abnormal. We're very, very similar to the city of DeBerry and DeLand with their ordinances. Some are more strict, than others. We don't have an issue. If you all wanted to look at that, that would be up to you. But we handle it and we'll address it in our current ordinance, which I think was unaware by some folks up here. And lastly, Governor DeSantis actually signed a bill on May 28th, Troopers Law, if you will, which takes effect on October 1st, that, owners cannot abandon, their animals when it's a declared natural disaster. Troopers Law was a result of the Florida Highway Patrol trooper that rescued a dog that was left abandoned, by his owner with Hurricane Milton coming through. Well, those folks need to be dealt with and addressed accordingly. So a law is coming into effect on October 1st to further that, on animal cruelty. We didn't have a declared disaster during Memorial Weekend, but it was nonetheless very windy and rainy. So really, that's kind of it on the presentation. If you have questions, I will be happy to do my best to answer them for you.
I just want to say thank you for doing all that. It came to my attention that I got a phone call about this particular dog, and so I drove out there to look at it, and when the police came out, they didn't answer the door. Nobody was home, and the dog was out there for a very long time. And the person that had reported it checked on him over and over the whole day, and then the storm came in, and that's when you all took action, so I appreciate that. And they took the dog into custody, and then the owner came home and realized, where's my dog, right? So that's how it went down. But I appreciate you doing that, and I just, dogs are people too in my eyes.
Absolutely, I'm a
So,
dog lover, got to
you
take
know.
care of them. And so,
So-
and those folks are too, I'll be honest. It was just, things happen, and, we addressed it, and we continue to follow up on it, and
And
they've
it
been-
sounds
they've
like
been
it
very
came out
cooperative.
good because they put a roof on the kennel now that they have. They have a kennel in place.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't covered. It was just a fenced-in thing, if you will. And we have storms every day, so.
And I think that the water bowl or whatever was knocked over. Some people put, huge buckets out and
No,
so forth.
it was a bucket.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
knocked over. And I can tell you, when we went back the next day with our animal control
Yeah.
officer present, they put food and water out. The dog within minutes had that thing knocked over. So, they got to address that to make it where that doesn't happen.
Right.
But that was the dog was, digging and putting dirt in the bowl and everything else. But
And the other
did-
concern was the dog was laying in sand probably because it was cooler, honestly.
Yeah,
And
there's a
it-
large tree there, but that turns into mud
Yeah,
with the
right.
rain, you know?
And it was itching and, just, it didn't look like it was cared for. So
Right.
that's why I brought it to your attention. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So
No.
it's good to keep an eye on those kind of things because you don't want any animal cruelty, right? So, thank you.
Agree.
Any questions from the council?
Where do we bring the animals? We don't have anything immediately local.
We do.
Oh, we do?
We have some, a few kennels.
I thought it was
near
over
our
at Daytona.
No, near our public work, that's the Humane Society.
Right.
We have kennels right by our public works facility that we actually put them there often. Again, it's an outside kennel, it's outside with adequate shelter, and we'll feed and put water for the dog because Sarah, our animal control officer, knows that people, if it's a dog that's not a stray, someone's gonna call for it. So she holds it over maybe a day or two, and sure enough, just like this lady, we get a call for it. We've
On a
taken care of
holiday,
the
too.
animal
It's
and
always
bring
a
it back.
holiday.
If it keeps happening, we're gonna address it and write them a ticket
Right.
for dog at large or something, but no, we got a few kennels, nothing.
It's cool. I'm glad to hear that.
Yep, right
That's
here local.
great.
And our officers will grab it and bring it over there in the middle of the night if they're available, if it's a nice dog.
And it was a nice dog. I
It
thought it
was.
was.
Yeah,
So
their kids love
you know,
the animals.
it was happy to see everybody, so. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, we're going to move on to citizens' comments. It looks like we'll start with Ryan Howard. Please state your name and address for the record.
Right. My name is Ryan Howard. I live on Park Hill Boulevard. And, I just wanted to come and make a general comment. My wife and I and our 4-year-old son are new to the community. We immigrated from Iowa, so quite a bit different. My wife's originally from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, so she's kind of used to this, the weather and all that sort of thing. But I do like all the palm trees. That's great. So I just wanted to say, I called today. I called the office and spoke with the staff, and I was trying to get some information about one of the agenda items tonight. And I just wanted to commend the staff for today because it was probably the first time, and I've been on state level boards and all kinds of stuff in Iowa and run for office and all kinds of things, and I'm Fortune 100 company and familiar with bureaucracy and trying to get information when you need it and making it difficult. But I just want to say it was very refreshing today because both Kaylee and Rebecca in the office were very helpful. They spent a while on the phone with me, just give me more information. In fact, I got my answer relatively quickly, but then I got some more education on some of the city politics and things. And Iowa is in the news every 4 years when it comes to politics, but I know Florida is kind of all the time, so it's a little different. But it was refreshing, so I just wanted to commend them for that. They also transferred me to Joe from the Development Services, and he equally provided lots of information for me, spent plenty of time, and then I got back and called Rebecca back and just said, hey, thanks again for all the help, and I think they went in their lunch a little bit talking to me, and so anyway, I just wanted to share that, commend the team for that, and thank you all for your service. I know you probably get lots of feedback when people don't like things that you're doing, but I wanted to at least take this moment to say thank you for that, and appreciate the great service and the team you guys have there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Orange City.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Okay. Let's see here. Narita Williamson?
Good evening, Mayor Kelly, and council members. My name is Narita H. Williamson, and I live at 811 Gunnison Drive. I sent you guys an email prior to what I'm going to be discussing tonight, the topics. The first one is the Dollar Tree in Orange City. I would like for you guys to consider having Public Works to start cleaning up that area because this has been ongoing for the last past 5 years with the illegal dumping because of where the location of their dumpster. That's the first thing. The second thing is I would like the council to consider they're willing to pay for half the expense to have the dumpster relocated to further to the back of the store to where the cameras will be able to target more of the people that are actually coming into their area. The next thing is installation of surveillance cameras if we're going to leave the dumpsters where they're currently at, because there's no cameras that's facing the dumpsters to be able to capture license plates or even images of the violators. So I think if we had that, that will also be something else to consider. Then the next thing is having a meeting with the Dollar Tree executives or managements to brainstorm ideas of what we can do to stop this from permanently, continuously happening every couple of months. You know, they get a citation from the code enforcement, they fix the problem, we turn around and it happens again. There's got to be a way that we can stop this bleeding. And I'm asking you guys for help because I live right behind there. You know, the Cadence of Park Hill is right behind there, so I go through there to go to Aldi's. People keep saying, well, why don't you go a different route? I said, why should I? I mean, it's something that could be fixed. It's something that we can actually implement preventative measures to actually get it fixed permanently. And last but not least, DeBarry does this because I went to DeBarry and I met with their city manager. We spoke for about over an hour, and they actually withhold the business tax license receipts as leverage if their businesses are not in compliance when it comes to fixing a problem. So that's my first thing. The second thing, how many more minutes I have? Oh, you didn't start my time. Thank you. Oh. Damn. That's okay. Commercial properties and sign maintenance. After the hurricane season, commercial property owners should be given 60 days to repair or replace their signs on their properties. Because from Hurricane Milton, number one, the sign over the sign in back of the Home Depot loading dock, it's still leaning. Number two, the sign right in front of Chase is still leaning. I have two more. And I sent you guys pictures of all of this. And then the Wells Fargo stop sign, as you exit their drive-in, it's not even legible anymore because the sign is peeling. And just one real quick, and the last one is the sign by the Dollar Tree, exiting the Dollar Tree, it's leaning over in the shrubs. So thank you.
Thank you. Dale, did you want to say something?
Yes, very much. I would like to. Mrs. Williamson wrote several council members. I responded, then she wrote again. I have not had time to respond to that. And I would like to say that I have started the research on these items, and many of the items that she is requesting are not possible under our current code of ordinances. First, I want to make sure that you understand and that Mrs. Williamson understands that the violator that we have to go after, according to Florida law, is not the Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree is simply a rental agency within a property that is owned by HSB LLC. HSB LLC is based out of Winter Garden, Florida, and they own a large number of properties throughout the state of Florida. We, on July 2nd, the Orange City Special Magistrate found them to be in violation of their dumpster location. Not location, but of the trash around the dumpster. And he signed the findings of fact and order of noncompliance on July 3rd, and it has been served, although we have not received that proof of service, to HSB. HSB was given until July 18th to come into compliance with this case. All actions that we take are not against the Dollar Tree. In accordance with state statute, they must be against the property owner. Right. Underneath the code enforcement mechanisms, I do not have the authority to go in and correct a problem. Maybe DeBarry has this, but Orange City does not, and to the best of my knowledge, DeBarry doesn't either. I will meet with Carmen and find out how they do this. But I can't charge onto private property, correct something, whether it be a broken sign, a pile of garbage, irregularly unpainted parking spaces, and send the owner a bill. There is a process to go through, and that is I must go in front of the special magistrate, have the property declared a nuisance, then I get ordered to abate the nuisance, then I can go fix it and give the person a bill. Now, are there some exceptions to that? Yes, there are. It is in the instance when there is an immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I do not consider mattresses or garbage outside a dumpster to be an immediate threat to the public safety, health, and welfare. I have exercised the authority of going onto property and trespassing in a handful of instances. Two examples that come to mind are a broken sewage line on private property where it was spilling out into the parking lot and putting a large number of people in jeopardy. The owner or tenant of that property could not be handled. We took immediate steps to seal off the pipes, turn off the sewage flow, and lime it on private property. Another instance was in a single-family residential structure where the house had been abandoned, the owner was non-responsive, the fence had fallen down, the swimming pool enclosure was not up, and it was filled with pea green muddy water so that you could not see if a person had been drowned in there or not. Neighbors were concerned about their children, and we took it down and did it. And I bring that up only so that you can see the difference between exercising an authority on health, safety, and welfare issues versus no immediate threat. I agree that in the long term, garbage has an immediate threat to people, but that's where we would go in front of the special magistrate and get the order to abate the nuisance. And we do that on numerous occasions in Orange City. Perhaps once we have racked up more orders from this person, we can be successful in doing that. We then present the bill to the property owner, or we put it on the tax bill where they or a subsequent owner needs to do it. So we are more than willing to go down to Winter Garden and meet with the property owner, providing we can track him down and he is willing to do that. I do not, however, think it is in the city's best interest to start paying half or part of costs on something that, in my opinion, is they surely could take care of themselves if they wanted to. And I think our better bet is to apply continued pressure to the parking lot, the developer. And if that does not work, and we have a sustained track record that they're violating the law, then we can escape the bounds of code enforcement and go in front of a judge and get an order for them to clean it up. I think you have to have a huge amount of evidence in order to get there. As far as the BTR policy, our current BTR policy does not have a clean hands provision within it. In order to amend the BTR code, you have to impanel a huge committee. You have to meet very strict standards to change that part of the code because, as you know, the state would like to get rid of BTRs. And it is quite an ordeal to do that. I just wanted to let you know because these problems are presented to you. The remedies are not as easy as they're made out to be. And I wanted to kind of set the record straight on those items. We met with staff last week, at the end of last week, and we're going out and rechecking all the signage. May not be a bad idea to say you only have X number of days to fix a property after a hurricane. you know, but it should be, I think, fairly universal. So,
So are the stop signs ours to fix?
I don't believe they were stop signs that were
Well,
down.
they're in the picture, there's some stop signs, I think.
I have not seen the pictures. And if they're on private property and shopping center stop signs, they are not ours.
Okay.
You know, something like that. And I want to say just last week, we met as a team, and code enforcement is going out to try and get on top of all the signage issues.
So I just wanted to say real quick, you know, obviously the code enforcement doesn't move real fast. There's processes that they go through the magistrate and all that. But what you said was about that we don't want to get in the business of doing that. Do we want to put surveillance cameras in? Do we want to pay, you know?
I don't
if
wanna pay
that would
for
be
it for a
opening a
private
Pandora's
entity.
box of doing it for a lot of businesses, because they'd say, well, Orange City will pay for it. We don't have to do it, right? So I personally don't. I appreciate your ideas and that you're being proactive and trying to find solutions, because that's what we want. We want you to bring solutions and see if they'll work, right? They're not always going to be something that we're in favor of, but it's always good to hear your ideas, right? But I was going to say that, you know, if it's, and even moving the dumpster, like, that's just, I don't think that's our part. Like you said, I think it's the person that owns that.
The shopping
Shopping
center
center.
has to be responsible for moving the dumpster. We don't see why they can't move the dumpster. All the other dumpsters in that shopping center are up against the building. But I don't have the authority to go move their dumpsters for them. And I don't think we should spend taxpayers' money to move those dumpsters. I think their bigger problem is that they're surrounded by other businesses that use their dumpster.
The apartments.
And we are you know, we also plan to meet with the apartment owners.
Before I go to council, I just have one more question. Narita had mentioned that this has been going on for about 5 years. Why?
I can't say that it's been going on for
Okay.
5 years. I can tell you that in 2023, we've had 13 violations against the owner of that shopping center. The way the code works, and I want to, and Bill can chime in on this, but the owner of the property is the one that is given the benefit of the doubt in the state of Florida. In fact, all of these code cases that predominantly lie and you know, force around land development code and property were no longer allowed to go to municipal court because it costs the state of Florida too much money to have a municipal court system. They then put in place an alternate code enforcement system. And that is what most municipalities and county governments follow in the state of Florida. And Florida is a man's home is his kingdom state, and we use that type of mentality in the state statutes to provide complete and, you know, almost nonsensical amounts of time for people to come into compliance. So the process is you have to give a warning, you need to give ample time to correct it, you then give your citations in writing, you then schedule your hearing. Right there's a 3-month period, and people come into compliance during that time. They are found in compliance, and if you look at the case history on this property, it comes into compliance, and we have to start all over again. We have to begin the process all over again. Since 2023, we have done that. Is the chief here? But Sharif is here. We have done that, I believe, 13 times. And finally, they didn't clean it up in time, and we made it in front of the special magistrate, where if it's not cleaned up, they have a $150 a day fine.
Can I add on one little, what the next step will be under the state statute, chapter 162, as well as if that's incorporated into our code of ordinances as far as the process. So the most important thing, I think, to take from this discussion this evening about where this is going is what you've been told, that on July 3rd, there was an order entered by the special magistrate. Special magistrate is appointed by this council, as your city manager has indicated, to comply with this process under Chapter 162. Instead of a code enforcement board, you have a special magistrate. So the special magistrate on July 3rd entered an order, and I have not seen it, but what I'm taking from our discussion this evening, found that this property owner was in violation of your code of ordinances, reflecting what was in the photograph that was presented to us this evening. And it gave the property owner, who's been identified this evening, a certain reasonable amount of time to correct it. If that is not corrected by that time, then a fine will be imposed. And here comes the good part, if you want to look at it from that standpoint. Sooner or later, the property will come into compliance. The special magistrate will then have jurisdiction to make a determination how much is the fine. In other words, to quantify the fine, and will enter an order accordingly. That becomes a lien, which will then be recorded. This is not a homestead property. Therefore, it has no of the homestead protections that are available to residential properties in the state of Florida. This lien can be foreclosed. If this ever happens again, it can be treated as a repeat violation, and the process, as far as time goes, is short-circuited. So as your city manager indicates, now that this has come before a special magistrate, there has been a determination that there's been a code violation. Should this occur in the future, the statutory process will be quicker going forward.
Thank you. Dawn?
So to the city manager's point and yours too, actually, with regard to us not getting into that kind of business of paying half, it's kind of the same thing if we tell people that they have so much time after a disaster to have something corrected.
I was thinking that too.
Right? So you have to be consistent. And so if we do go into, we'll pay half, we'll do this, it opens a Pandora's box, as you stated, and we will have so many people that will want us to pay for, well, you did it for this one, why won't you do it for us? We can't do that. I understand, and I applaud our citizens who want to get involved, and definitely, of course you do. And they want to be involved, and they want to make sure that our city looks its best, and I understand where the heart is, and that's great. But there's also things that we have to do legally and justifiably, and like she said, to even dumb it down even more from an HOA standpoint, when you have a violation in the community, they have 15 days to take care of it. They take care of it in 10. 2 weeks later, it's the same violation, and it's over and over and over until you get to a point where someone else has to step in, and in this case, they went too far, and we did get the magistrate to step in, correct? And so now they've got till July 18th to do what they need to do, is what you said. Am I right?
They did not come into compliance this time.
Right.
And we were able to move straight to the special magistrate.
Right.
And so, and get the formal finding.
Right, so to your point, and then also, Mr. Reichman there talking about now they can be repeat violators.
So how that short circuits the process under state statute, as Ms. Arrington was relating to, if it's a new matter, a brand new matter for a property owner, in this case, it's a property maintenance violation.
Yeah.
State statute requires the local government to provide the property owner reasonable notice. Reasonable notice. And that doesn't always mean 15 days. It doesn't necessarily mean 1 day. It really depends upon what a court ultimately potentially would have to determine what is reasonable. And that, of course, goes to how bad is the issue for the neighbors or for public safety, and has it happened before, and that sort of thing. And then if that deadline is not met, that's called a notice of violation, and the property owner does not meet that deadline, then the city, on the 16th day, if there was a 15-day, has the right under the state statute to send a notice of hearing. And you don't have the hearing the next day. It has to have a valid, the special magistrate schedule these hearings once a month, no more than that unless there's emergency. And so that's why this process can take a while. Now, if it's a repeat violation, that saves a lot of time because you don't have to, the statute says you don't have to wait. You just send the notice of hearing. You don't have to do the notice of violation. So that's where we are with this property owner. As to this violation, this property owner could commit another violation of another code,
Right.
that would not be a repeat violation, okay? So there are some handcuffs, there are some limitations that are placed upon all local governments in the state of Florida by Chapter 162 Code Enforcement.
Perfect.
Thank you. Anything else from the council?
No, I just wanted to explain that so that you wouldn't be under some misconceptions of what we could do.
Yes, thank you.
And I will continue to write Mrs. Williamson a formal response. But I just didn't have time because I was working on the budget.
And I do want to point out, if you're going to email the council, it's better to email us individually, because when you email us all, if we answer you, we're violating the Sunshine Law. So that's why you're not getting answers from us, because we don't want to violate that law. So if you do it individually, then we can answer you and not get in trouble, right?
Yes, thank you.
Well, the council members under Florida law are not allowed to communicate with each other.
Right.
So for a council elected official in the state of Florida to push the button, reply all,
Right.
like we, in our own personal lives, it's always dangerous to push reply all. They really shouldn't be doing that. So that's why probably
And it could be
they're being,
accidentally done, too.
because I yell
right?
at them all the time about the Sunshine Law. So you can blame me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going
You
to move
know,
on.
and I also want to say I greatly appreciate all of the impact that Narita makes in the community.
Yeah, well, that's,
I just wish you
we
would give
generally
me a
don't take
little
this
more
much time
to
on a citizen
respond.
comment. I'm just going to say it, but I think we wanted to take this time so we could understand what's going on, and you can understand, and everybody can understand, and that way we can move forward with what we're trying to do, so you know that we hear you, right?
Right.
Okay, we're going to move on. I have a few more citizens' comments, but they apply to an agenda item, so we'll move forward until we get to that agenda item. Right now, we're on the consent agenda, and we would need a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Kaylee? Oh, I'm sorry. Anything from the public? Come on up to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Brett Marquez, 920 Park Hill Boulevard. I do have comment for the ordinance later, but I did want to address this issue that was raised by Narita. Appreciate all of you and appreciate all your efforts, Narita. It's paying off in those requirements by the magistrate. What I wanted to mention was basically a rebuttal to Dale's point.
Sir, we're on the consent agenda this evening. So citizen comments are closed on this. If you wish to make some comments to your district representative or the city manager, I'm sure they would be more than happy to speak with you. But we've actually moved on from citizen comments.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we already closed that out.
With-
So next time, if we're in citizens' comments, just raise your hand and we'll get you up here before we close it.
I did raise my hand, but I don't think there was a segment for that.
You could always amend your agenda and go back once you deal with the motion on the floor.
Okay. Do we want to withdraw the motion for the,
Where you are, let's just be clear. Right now, you have a motion on the floor that I believe has been seconded to approve the consent agenda. So under Robert's rules and your council rules, you should take action on
move
that
forward and
next.
then,
Yeah, and then
Okay.
go back and address this gentleman's comments.
wait for a minute. Okay. Kaylee?
Vice Mayor Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Darn.
Yes.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiongson.
Yes.
Mayor Marks.
Yes, and the consent agenda passes. I'd like to ask to amend the agenda to bring back citizens' comments,
Reopen citizens' comments.
to reopen citizens' comments. Do we need just a head nod?
Just a second and all those in favor.
Second.
Now you just need all
Oh.
those in favor.
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
All right. Floor is
None
yours, sir.
opposed? Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the accommodation. Basically, what I wanted to say that brings this situation into the urgencies that Dale had suggested, where there was a broken sewer line or such. That area directly flows into a storage retention pond behind Denali Drive. That storage pond failed during the last hurricane and flooded the homes directly behind it on Denali Drive. Since we can't predict when weather like that's going to happen, it could happen in the next few weeks, and all that refuse could flow into that storage pond and ultimately into those homes. So I would say it's similar to those where it has that level of urgency where those contaminants could be in people's homes at any given time based on the weather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to ordinances, first reading, 5A, ordinance number 688. Mr. Reichman?
Yes, Ms. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orange City, Florida, annexing 18.9 acres, more or less, of certain real property into the corporate limits of the City of Orange City, including all portions of the adjacent rights-of-way as described, located at 2412 South Volusia Avenue, with a parcel ID number of 8015-400300. This ordinance redefines the boundaries of the City of Orange City, provides for an assignment of a council district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is the first reading of this ordinance.
Joe Ruiz.
All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council, respected members of the public. Joe Ruiz, Development Services Director. First time I say that officially, right? So I almost had to make sure I didn't trip up and say deputy again. So before you today, as was read into the record by our city attorney, is the annexation ordinance for the Four Towns petition. The applicant has sent an email request to staff today, which has been provided to you all for consideration. Staff is and came prepared to present the annexation application to you all. However, the applicant has provided this request that the City Council consider a continuance to a date certain, and the applicant is here to request that to you all publicly. So I will cede the floor to Jeremy to bring that before you all at this time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Anderson. I'm with Common Oak Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicants and the applicants and owners of the center. So it's taken a lot of work to get this point, both on the applicant's side as well as from staff. And I'd like to, thank staff once again for working with us to get us to this point.
Can you state your address for the record, please?
Sure, it's 4020 Edgewater Drive, Orlando.
Thank you.
However, after receiving the staff report, we identified a number of topics that require further investigation into it on our side. We have not had the opportunity to do that yet. We requested a meeting with staff to have those discussions with the owner as well. So given that, we'd like to request a continuance to a date certain and to have the opportunity to have those discussions with staff.
Understood.
I just have one observation.
Yeah.
Certainly it's up to the discretion of the city council, but the request is for a date certain. And that would, we'd have to pick some from 30, 60, 90 days. And so my only question would be, is one of the issues, as I've identified and raised in the staff report, was that there was concern by city staff over the impact of some investigation or ultimately some report with regard to stormwater and drainage. Which could have an impact on potential risk to the city as well as this property owner going forward. If we were to schedule this for, say, 1 month, 30 days, would that then bring us back to exactly where we are this evening, with still not having a resolution about that concern the staff has identified? So my only question for this applicant and for identification for this council is, if you are to continue this to a date certain, you may be back here with the same concern that has not been yet addressed for staff.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. That is the case. We received the staff report last week. It was July 4th holiday on Friday. My office took an early day on Thursday, and we didn't have an opportunity to review the staff report in detail. So we don't feel like we clearly understand some of the concerns raised in the staff report. So we'd like to have an opportunity to discuss those concerns with staff.
I would like to comment real quick. Just from the report that we have gotten with this agenda item, I just I concur with the, with the attorney. There are some major issues in that area, and my first reaction is that does Orange City want to take on those problems? And there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there litigation going on in that also?
City is not a party to that litigation
Right.
at this time.
Correct.
And I failed to mention that on the other side of this issue, the narrow issue of continuance to a date certain,
Right.
is that if we just continue it, and you don't continue it to a date certain, then you have to re-advertise. And that is a significant expense that would have to be borne by the city of Orange City.
We have agreed to pay that expense. And, you know, the request, you know, so, you know, for sure, like the staff report may not change. Our understanding of the concerns would be helpful to have that understanding a little bit more and become better prepared for the meeting. So, again, we humbly request a continuance so that we can have those discussions. Again, we have not had the opportunity to do it yet, so.
Anything from the council?
So I'm just trying to understand, are you trying to understand what the staff's recommendations are or what their report is on what you've submitted? Is that what you need time to investigate?
We need time to discuss the concerns outlined in the staff report. We have not had an opportunity to do that yet, so we'd like to request it. So, you know, we do understand, you know, apologies for any inconvenience with that, but as, you know, the city attorney mentioned, like, what's going to change? Why does it matter? It'll just allow us to come here and be better prepared to talk about it.
And I think my first thought is I don't want to waste your time either, or we don't want to waste your time if it's something that is gigantic. And I know that there's major stormwater problems in that area that could cost a lot of money and time and, you know, design and all that stuff. So I just want you to know what you're getting yourself into,
Right.
that,
Yeah.
you know, and that's totally up to the council. If you want to do it, and the attorney, I would like to hear what you have to say. He said he'll pay for that expense, but what is the time limit that we can
There is-
go that's
there
not
is no
past
time
that?
limit. To me, there's two different issues here as far as rescheduling this. From reading the agenda, there's two different issues. One is the nonconformities. That's
Right.
something that this property owner can sit down with staff and get done in a reasonable amount of time. That can be done within 30 days. You know, they may not agree, but I mean, and they could, I'm not saying fixing the nonconformities, but identifying the nonconformities and discussing them. The other issue, from what I can tell, we don't have control over. There's going to be some sort of evaluation, ultimately a report about stormwater and what's going on out there. And that could take a long period of time. And so if you bring it back in 30 days, that probably, the answers to that concern, to address that concern, staff's concern, may not be available. Having said that, we have on the record that if this is continued to the future, just not to a date certain, the record will now reflect that the property owner, the applicant, is willing to pay the cost of that re-advertisement. So it's up to the city council whether they want to continue it to a date certain or hear it tonight or just continue it. Those are your three options.
I'd like to hear from the manager on that, what your thoughts are, because I know we had talked about this in depth.
So, you know, this is an unusual case. Of course, normally the city likes to annex property, especially if it's in one of our donut holes. And we like voluntary annexations because, you know, we don't like to force people to annex, and we've exhausted all of our abilities.
Right.
The particular problems with this property, I think, are outlined in your staff report. They were built, it was built, not your fault, not anyone's fault, before
Right.
the St. Johns River Water Management District existed. We do not know whether it is in compliance with our stormwater regulations or not. We have been unable to obtain information from the County of Volusia. And right now, I think before we can allow additional development or improvements to the property that would potentially trigger whether or not you need to come into compliance with our stormwater requirements, we need a full cataloging of what those items are and a schedule for achieving compliance with our requirements. If it does not meet current stormwater requirements, we need to know before any additional development comes on board on that property. So continuing it to a date where it's not certain gives us enough time to sit down with the applicant, take a look at what the plans are, see what your knowledge base is to how much stormwater is retained on that site presently and where it runs off to, and we can learn a lot. Develop a plan or a schedule for bringing it into conformance if it's possible. Or, you know, they could say, can't meet the City of Orange City's requirements. We want to withdraw our application. Where we don't want to be is that we lay out the map and say, welcome, come into the Orange City, and then we go, gotcha, I can't develop here, can't
Right.
do anything, you've got too many nonconformities. Let's figure out what's going on and make sure we all understand what's going on. I have no problems with the continuance.
Okay.
It will give us an opportunity to also meet with the County of Volusia, perhaps in person. I think in the past we've, you know, just attempted to go through all of their clerical personnel and figure out, you know, whether or not it's in compliance with the county's regulations. We don't know that either. So
I commend you for wanting to do that, because it's going to be a bear. I'm not going to,
it's a difficult
Yeah.
case. We already
Yeah.
know of things that are happening on the property that are not allowed to happen in Orange City.
so
And
do you need a motion for
So we
this?
need, is that an
Yes,
open
you
and
would need a
continuance?
motion to continue.
Yeah. Go ahead, Harry.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the review of ordinance number 688.
A second.
We got a motion, we got a second. Kaylee?
To the public.
Oh. what's wrong? Anybody from the public would like to speak on this? Come on up.
Brett Marcus, 920 Park Hill Boulevard. You didn't clarify whether it was going to be to a set date or open-ended. I would recommend that you do it to a set date, so those that are interested from the community already have that in advance and can prepare on their end, and it also puts time frame for that.
Mayor, the motion was just to continue, therefore, by implication, is not to a date certain. Sir, because the motion is just for a continuance without a date certain, this will be re-advertised to the public, just like this hearing tonight was advertised to the public.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Comes back, right. Okay. Anybody else? Come on up. State your name and address for the record.
Monica Emerson, 365 Miller Road in Orange City. I just wanted to come and say thank you for proceeding with caution and really thinking about the surrounding community area. So that's all I came to say is thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a vote. Kaylee?
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Councilmember Darms?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiomson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grimm?
Yes.
Mayor Marks?
Yes, and ordinance number 688 has been continued for continuation.
Open-ended.
Open-ended. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we're moving on to 5B, ordinance number 689. Mr. Reichman, can you read that to the record?
Certainly, Mayor. Council, this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orange City, Florida, for the Fifth Amendment to the Park Hill Plain Unit Development to allow additional entitlements for 94 townhome units and 15,000 square feet of non-residential development on approximately 14.6 acres, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is the first reading of a quasi-judicial matter. As such, Mayor, Council, if there have been any ex parte communications that you have received or been involved in with regard to this quasi-judicial matter, those need to be disclosed at this time. Let's let the record reflect that there have not been any ex parte communications. Thank you, Mayor.
Joe Ruiz, did I say
Good.
that right?
You did, yes, very well. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, respected members of the public. Joe Ruiz, Development Services Director for the record. Today, I'm going to attempt to not make thunder roll. Last time, apparently, with me having my hands on the podium, there was some noise going on while the storm was happening. So I'm going to make my best attempt to not do that and keep my hand up here today. So as was read into the record, ordinance number 689, Park Hill Fifth Amendment application. So the application request that you have before you today is a request for additional entitlements to allow 94 townhome lots and 50,000 square foot of non-residential square footage. So we're gonna go into deeper breakdown in a little bit in a few other slides, but as you can see on the left-hand side, the additional phase 7 for the 94 townhomes, and then the 15,000 square foot of non-residential that's broken out for phase 9. So just to kind of story tell here as far as breaking down how did Park Hill, where is Park Hill today, and how did Park Hill get to this petition, right? So when we look at the PUD profile, or at least the original profile of the plan unit development, the original entitlement and the original program was for 152 acres located at 1001 Park Hill Boulevard. So the original approval of that plan unit development was within the mixed use future land use area. It was zoned or rezoned to this plan unit development. And so the mixed use future land use requires that any development within that future land use designation come through a PUD requirement. When we look at the map, I thought the maps were still on the wall, but they're not. When you look at the zoning and the future land use map, when you see mixed use, you normally see magenta, right? A magenta color for those uses. Those are really the areas based on our comp plan where we want to see higher density developments, where we want to see that mixed use encouraged. The question is why? Why? Because there's infrastructure that's built for that. There's roadway capacity for that. There's thoroughfares that can service those areas. We don't want them out on the west side where there's not really good infrastructure out there, where there's substandard roadways, sometimes dirt roadways, and unimproved. So we kind of want those in our core. And so the city has done a good job over the planning horizon to say this is where we want these mixed use areas to be, right? So when the city approved this mixed use concept, it was to allow single family, attached and detached, multifamily, as well as certain portions of non-residential. What has developed today is 99 bed assisted living facility, 297 single-family homes in cadences phases 1 and 2, as well as 544 multifamily units within the 2 different multifamily developments that are there, 70,000 square feet worth of self-storage, and 49,000 square feet of rehabilitation hospital. So as part of the original plan unit development, there was initial entitlements or initial number of max homes and square footages that they can do, but there was also a traffic equivalency matrix that went into that. And so with the traffic equivalency matrix, it allows them, based on the trip cap that they were given, which was just below 8,000, it allows them to play with the trips. If we take away from residential, how much commercial does that give? If we take away from commercial, how much residential does that give? So it's kind of a give and take, making sure that they stay within the capacity or within what they're allotted for average daily trips. And so that's how they got to originally what was non-residential and multifamily and single family to this mixed range of uses, which has created for a pretty good project all throughout. So with that original approval came forward previous amendments, one of them being major, and major amendments like the one today comes before you all. Minor amendments, there have been 3, which is approved on a staff level, and so our land development code allows for that, and also there's stipulations within the development agreement that show and steer how those are reviewed and approved. With those amendments, there have been 4 acres over time that have been added to the 152 acres, which has brought it to approximately 157 acres in total. At this time, staff did an evaluation, and we'll go into some of those evaluations, but there was a capacity reservation and traffic mitigation agreement that went with the Park Hill PUD, which essentially stipulated what improvements to roadways, what improvements to the capacity of these roadways did this project have to do based on proportionate fair share, based on what they were adding to the system. And so there was a list of items as far as what was required of them. On Saxon Boulevard, they installed monitoring equipment, Opticon for the signals. There was a roadway design that they did, as well as roadway improvements. They did improvements to Harley Strickland Boulevard. They added a turn lane on Junior Street. They expanded Harley Strickland expanded Veterans Memorial from Harley up to the northern portion of their property. And then also on part of that too there was a requirement to design the expansion of Veterans Memorial Parkway up to Rhode Island, which they did do that, which has cost. And so they contributed to the proportionate fair share as far as how that agreement stipulated. So with all that being said in this build out, I want to say there are probably only a handful of homes left in phase 4 cadence to be built or to be CO'd. So that's almost fully built out. So at this time, all entitlements have since been exhausted for the existing PUD. Essentially, Park Hill PUD, as it is today, prior to this consideration, is fully built out, essentially is what that means. So the applicant came in essentially in November of 2023, and the attorney came in and said, we plead the fifth, right? We plead the Fifth Amendment to staff to now allow additional entitlements for the 94 townhome units, as well as the 15,000 square foot of non-residential. So with the review of the PUD amendment, so essentially this amendment to the plan unit development may change things, may have implications on the existing PUD because it's not standalone. So the applicant provides what those changes are. Staff does an analysis to see how does it affect the existing development. One of the items that we've heard about today, and one of the items that we will continue to hear about, is stormwater. What are the stormwater implications that this may have on the Park Hill Plan Unit development? Myself, I saw stormwater failures when I was here the first time with the city, came back, stormwater failures occurred. And so what we wanted to do was kind of outline what has occurred, what has the applicant done, what has been remedied, and then what this project is proposing. So there have been several stormwater failures related to Pond 2. Pond 2 is what you see here, north of the apartment complex and east of Big Bend. There has been in phase 3 stormwater failures in Pond 3 here that you see behind there, and also Pond 4 southerly, the newer apartments that were built and CO'd sometime beginning of last year, end of 2023. So all these failures that you see here have been remedied. The applicant went in, they remedied and restored the pond failures that occurred. And currently for phase 3, there is a amendment to further harden that facility, which the applicant is working on finaling out. But they've made strides at making improvements to these stormwater facilities so that we avoid failures, right? And so various factors have played into these failures. Most recently, the one that failed was Pond 7 here. So that occurred during Hurricane Milton. Hurricane Milton, we all know, was a close to 1,000-year storm event, very unprecedented. There's no standards to plan for that type of impact on the city. And so the weir that is constructed to convey water essentially blew out. It got, based on the velocity and just the quantity of water, it blew out that weir. Fortunately, the water sat and was held in the pond. So the pond still operated. However, the conveyance for that water was not able to operate because it failed, right? So it's interesting to see that it took several years for 7 to fail based on the condition, obviously, of the extreme conditions of Milton. Now 2, 3, and 4, we have gone back and forth with the applicant because those ponds are near a depressional area. There was a geotech study done way back when, when they first proposed the planning and development. And so this kind of operates as a natural depression, which is why for the most part they've left it alone. And so what we've seen is that those edges of the ponds have kind of wanted to recede into that depression. And so with the restorations, they've kind of solidified those embankments to avoid those further failures. But the proposed phase 7, which is within this area here, will be sharing what you see as ponds 5 and 6. So pond 5 was built with the phase 4 of Park Hill, or the Cadence phase 2. I will try to avoid saying phases because it gets confusing. I try to keep track of them in my head, but it gets complicated at times. But the second phase of the single families essentially is served by this pond here and in this area. And so the applicant came in with a mass grading permit to essentially give dirt to the southerly and transfer dirt to southerly so they can use it within their area. And so with that, they expanded this pond, which they do have a maintenance agreement to be able to expand, to be able to maintain, also and share costs on that expansion. Phase 9, which is further south of Skyline Loop, will have its own standalone pond. So when we see these applications come in and it takes 1.5 years to get to public hearing, it's because we're really working with the applicant to try to bring a product to the city council that staff can support. We've talked with Mark before and told Mark if you want to move forward with denial, we can write up a staff report for denial if it's not well thought out and things like that. But this is why kind of these processes take long, because we do thorough analysis and especially when there's a willing applicant to kind of go back and forth and provide a good product for the residents as well as the city. So just to kind of give a breakdown of the current petition that's before you. So phase 7, there is 94 townhomes that are proposed. There are amenities also that are being proposed within this particular phase. So with the amenities is the existing trail connection. So there's a trail connection to the west. The applicant is going to extend that trail through the existing right-of-ways. There is stipulations and maintenance agreements in the development agreement that the applicant is proposing so that they maintain those areas of right-of-ways as well as the trail, which then connects to Veterans Memorial Parkway. Part of that is when the planning and development was originally contemplated, staff wanted to see a trail connection from Junior all the way to Veterans Memorial Parkway, right? So this project actually completes that trail connection through an actual trail and not just sidewalk connections to Veterans Memorial Parkway. So with this phase, that would become a complete trail connection. Also, what you see here is the applicant is proposing a pool amenity area, on-street parking, 20-foot buffers all around, as well as mentioned, that shared pond facility. There's also four-sided architecture. Staff kind of made sure to work with the applicant to make sure that there is a quality architectural styles that are being provided. Usually with townhomes, the rears are not as well treated, or the sides, because people are not seeing them, or they're kind of buffered. Seeing as this project is going to be along Veterans Memorial Parkway, along their grand entrance there on Victoria Park, staff wanted to make sure that there was language in the development agreement as well as conceptual architectural renderings showing that they were going to be treating the sides and the rears of these units just like the front, right? And so that was included within the package. And then you also see 4 access points, right? So we have 2 along Victoria Park, which is on the west, on the south. We have 1 here along Veterans Memorial Parkway, which actually is an existing driveway cut. And then on the north side, there is a connection into King Park Drive. So that did come up during our Planning Commission hearing. There was concerns from an applicant who lives within that stub out area, within that dead end, which brought up concerns as to people cutting through, using it as cut through traffic, things of that nature. Staff did further research just to make sure, and we try to plan to the best of our abilities, and went ahead and searched into the preliminary plat documents, the civil drawings for Phase 4, And it actually did mention stub out for future project or stub out for future connection. So that was accommodated for, that was planned for. There's reasons why it's not a cul-de-sac, right? And it's because for that reason that it's stubbed out so that there's a future connection to allow for connectivity and fluid movement of traffic. Truthfully, there's really not going to be much cut through traffic through there. There's adequate accesses to the east, south, and west on the south side. And really, unless the only people I see maybe cutting through there would be people who actually live on that roadway on the northern portion of the site, and maybe once a day. That's just an assumption. Part of the second part of the application is for Phase 9. Phase 9 is for 15,000 square feet of non-residential. And so the development agreement does list possible uses within it. Part of that is because the applicant does not have an end user. So what staff did to work with the applicant to try to narrow down uses that were more compatible, they came up with a list of uses that would be fitting to the apartments, to the single family, and to the self-storage and rehab, because it kind of sits right in that sweet spot there. So the applicant provided a trip generation summary, which noted the 94 townhomes and 15,000 square feet of office, right? When we looked at that and we did that analysis, we verified to see, does it trip the 1,000 average daily trip threshold? Or does it trip the two-way peak hour trip thresholds, which would warrant a further traffic impact analysis? At this time, based on that arrangement, that is not being tripped. Therefore, with that not being tripped, though they are proposing different uses, should a use in Phase 9 trip that, then the applicant is on the hook to do a new traffic impact analysis study, which would see what possible proportion of fair share and what impacts that is having to the network, because it no longer would be de minimis. So with that, they'd have their self-serving pond, as mentioned. There is a 35-foot buffer to the west, both combination of fence and wall. That is in compliance with our new ordinance that we have when there's non-residential adjacent to single-family zoned or uses. So that's to buffer the existing residences or future residences that may come in to those vacant areas. Also, there's 20-foot buffer along the right-of-ways, along Club Park Loop and Park Hill Boulevard that will be stipulated within the development agreement and MDP, as well as 2 access ways. This one aligns with the apartments on the north, and this one here on the eastern side with sidewalk connections to make sure that there's pedestrian facilities throughout the site. So with the review of just the technical, preliminary technical data and information, there's also comprehensive plan consistency. How do these projects, or how does these phases blend with, and are they compatible with our comprehensive plan? So when we look at the residential densities, we look at the PUD, and the original PUD was approved for 12 dwelling units per acre over the entire 152 acres. When we look at residential uses, so single family can occupy up to 50% of that, multifamily can occupy up to 50% of that. That's part of that mixed use concept. When we looked at the density numbers, the new townhomes would change the overall density to 6.3 acres over all of the uses for both multifamily and single family. And then it, for single family only increases it to 2.8, right? So for single family, the max you can have is 5 dwelling units per acre. In the MX, the 2.8 complies with that. And then also for the multifamily, if you did it as a whole, is 18 dwelling units per acre max, which, as you can see, falls within those density allowances. The commercial intensity, the PUD originally approved for 25,000 square feet of non-residential. Per the proposed traffic equivalency conversions as mentioned, the process now, the PUD now has self-storage, rehab, hospital, ALF facilities, and so now also with this new entitlement, they would add more non-residential uses to Phase 9. Compatibility, the proposed amendment will further diversify the types of housing within the PUD and will provide standards to ensure compatibility architecturally. So just to kind of give you a glimpse, everybody likes pretty pictures. These are actually the concept that the applicant has provided to us, showing shutters on the windows, different materials, siding, stucco, and so you just kind of get a glimpse of how that will look essentially along the four sides, along the roadways there. So staff's analysis, all things considered. The conditions written to the development agreement for land use compatibility will allow the proposed application to be consistent with the overall development program of the existing PUD. When we look at the public interest and economic impacts, the applicant has committed to separately bonding funds to ensure that the sufficient funding is available to maintain, restore stormwater facilities related to Phase 7 should they be needed. So in the development agreement, the applicant has stipulated a few things in there, and this came from them to us. So they are not requirements of our code. However, this is in addition to our code requirements. So the applicant, at time of final plat, has committed to essentially providing financial backing, stating they can maintain the pond that they share, their portion of the pond that they share at this time prior to the plat going through and lots being sold. Number two, they've also placed a stipulation in there or a condition that they will be bonding $100,000 for stormwater repair needs should they occur. Should a hurricane occur, God forbid, that is of a magnitude that blows out the pond, as happened with Pond 7 on the other slide, they're proposing $100,000. They're bonding that to say we will use $100,000 to cover any damages that may occur if something were to occur. Now that is in addition to the bonding that is required in Chapter 5 of our Land Development Code. So that does not rob Peter to pay Paul. That is a bond that they will place in addition to what's already required by our code, right? So it's $100,000 on top of. When we look at the environmental, so no wetlands or floodplain exist on the site. Scrub J mitigation occurred at time of the original planning and development. So the applicant had to mitigate certain areas. They had to pay over $200,000 when they came in for the original approval for the 150 plus acres, which a lot of this area was contemplated for already. What staff has done and is requiring, because trees grow over time and time has lapsed since 2016's original approval, that they update their tree survey, that they update their gopher tortoise survey, because gopher tortoises do have feet and they walk, right? And they relocate from time to time. So that we'll be looking for a survey with those developments. And then there's also a 30% open space requirement per each phase, right? So the PUD has its own 30% requirement as it exists, and then each phase also now with these 7 and 9 will be required to have 30% open space on their sites. When we look at concurrency and utilities, the Phase 7 is anticipated to produce 681 average daily trips, 44 AM peak hour, and 54 PM peak hour trips. Phase 9, as mentioned, because we don't know what will go in there, is still to be determined. So if an additional 200 or 319 trips or more are generated with that Phase 9, then we will be back talking about a traffic impact analysis. Since it exceeds that 1,000 trip threshold and possibly the PM peak hours. There was a signal warrant analysis that was part of the capacity reservation and traffic mitigation agreement. The applicant did provide that at time of the application. So that signal warrant analysis was to verify, was there a signal that was warranted at full or close to full build out at Park Hill Boulevard and Veterans Memorial Parkway. So the study that they provided, we had our consultant review it, we had Volusia County review it, and it was determined that at this time a signal is not warranted at Park Hill Boulevard. Should future developments come in to the east, right, we have the application for Duck Lake, other developments that will continue to add trips to the network, a signal may be warranted at that time. However, at this time, it is not warranted. However, what the study did find was that a left turn lane is recommended at the eastbound approach to VMP on Park Hill Boulevard. So with that, staff's consultant did agree with that recommendation. And so at time of build out of phase 9, which is directly onto Park Hill Boulevard, the applicant will be required to put in that turn lane, that eastbound or northbound left turn lane from Park Hill Boulevard onto Veterans Memorial Parkway. At this time, staff has deemed that adequate utilities exist to serve the site. On the northern side, the applicant is proposing that 20-foot buffer from the Halifax hospice site. There is currently a force main that runs along that north side. Staff has worked with the applicant to make sure that there's language in the development agreement that states because you are proposing a 20-foot buffer on that side, that must be relocated without affecting service to the existing customers, right? So that'll be a requirement of the preliminary plat to ensure that service is not affected to the residents and that 20-foot buffer is provided. The value and public welfare is the last of the criteria. And so the DA provides language to ensure the public health, welfare, safety, and morals are kept with adequate buffers to ensure safeguarding is provided to and from existing developments. Overall, that is staff's analysis. I wanted to caveat also that will be a preliminary plat application for the Phase 7. That preliminary plat application will be a more technical review, right? So if it is found that stormwater facilities are inadequate and there needs to be more stormwater facilities to serve Phase 7, then the applicant will have to amend their plan to possibly reduce units to provide more stormwater facilities, right? So all those factor into when we get into the technical review of these plans, right? So MDPs are conceptual in nature, can change. Anything that's deemed major or more would come back to the City Council. The applicant has provided language stating that because the preliminary plat for Phase 7 does show significant detail, that can go through an administrative process. Staff agrees with that because it's well planned, well thought out at this time. However, Phase 9 will have to come through public hearing because it is adjacent. Although below 5 acres, it is adjacent to single-family residential zone. So I've talked a lot. The Planning Commission did find the rezoning application consistent with the comprehensive plan and forwarded to City Council for approval. And also staff does recommend that the City Council approve ordinance number 689 at first reading and forward to the July 22nd, 2025 City Council meeting for adoption as second and final reading. I am here for questions, and so is the applicant as well.
Any questions from the council? No? Okay, I have a couple speaker forms on this item. Ryan Howard.
Madam Mayor, I think it would be appropriate to allow the applicant to speak at this time under our normal procedure.
Come on up, Mark.
Good evening. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. It's nice to be back in chambers here, and you got your seat back too, I noticed. So, and I do also have to say, the cup holder is a nice addition over here on the podium. So, no, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. Those of you who have been around on this project, we have worked for right around 10 years from the very beginning of Park Hill. And I think that one of the things that I appreciate about how your comprehensive plan is written for this area is it really requires us to work together with regard to how we plan the MX district. And so, you know, Joe mentioned in his staff report, we filed this application in 2023. It's now 2025. That's a long time to go from filing an application to getting here in front of you, but I can guarantee you that we probably provided 6 to 8 different variations of this plan that staff hated. And so it was an evolutionary process where, you know, we know that we have to work with your staff. You have good staff, and we appreciate the input they provide to us as we work through that process. We knew particularly here that there were some stormwater issues. My one point of clarification on Joe's staff report was the ponds that had the failure issues were not constructed by the applicant. They were constructed by the builders in those particular pods. But we've worked with staff to make sure that we understand how to make sure that those things don't repeat We've had our project engineer, David Stokes, has been involved in a lot of detailed conversations with staff. And so what we tried to do with regard to some of the key features that were just mentioned in the development agreement was not only design to your standards, but provide some additional guardrails. And that's where we came up with the concept of, in addition to the requirements of your code with regard to maintenance bonds and things of that nature, posting an extra cash bond that is basically callable by the city. If the city sees that there's a stormwater issue that's developed here, there's an extra $100,000 set aside based on the development agreement for a period of 3 years after the project is completed and the final plat's approved, so that if you see those issues come up, if the neighborhood sees those issues come up, there's a resource there. And we felt like that was an appropriate approach given, kind of the things that we've talked about over the past 2 years in working with your staff. Aside from that, I think one of the things that I, again, appreciate about the MX classification, MX, when you originally look at MX and start looking through it in your code, it's got a whole lot. I mean, you could build, we really, if you maximized the development potential under MX, you would have a substantially higher number of residential units and non-residential uses here. And I think what we've arrived at is a good mix for the community. We've got employment base, we've got the hospital, we've got the ALF, we've got we've got resident neighborhood commercial, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a minute with Phase 9. But one of the things we always talked about from the beginning of this was housing diversity, having some different opportunities and different types of housing available. And we have in there now single family and we have multifamily. And so when we came in to start working on Phase 7, our focus was always townhomes or something that is a little bit different than the other things that are there. So you have the ability for other segments of your community to, that may not want the maintenance associated with, a single family home or the yard and things of that nature, or that may want to be able to move into their first house that they own, or, move out of the bigger house that they want to downsize out of, but want to stay in the community. So I think providing, townhomes into the mix was a good opportunity to diversify that mix of housing opportunities as well. And here, again, 94 units, kind of up in the corner. The road network here, and speaking specifically about some of the folks we heard from at Planning Board, there's some concern about, King Park does kind of have that dead end right now, and that's where some of the kids hang out and play and everything else. And I was thinking back to the original plan, the very first drawing that we had of Park Hill. And that road, which didn't have a name at that point in time, was going to be the connection between Junior and VMP. And so I think what we've achieved ultimately is a better result, because you still have that connection, but now it comes to a point where you have to stop at a stop sign, and then you have to turn and go down to the south, and then you have to get out onto, is it Victoria? Victoria Park, the road that then provides that connection. So, Dale will probably remember, I know Becky and Joe really focused when we were working on this plan, creating those opportunities to have pedestrians and vehicles have other opportunities other than having to go down to Harley Strickland and then go over to VMP, particularly if you're coming off Junior. Now you've got two different connection points and you've got multiple ways to get over there. We'll also have as Joe mentioned, we'll have the pedestrian connection here that'll be finalized with that Phase 7 construction going forward. So Joe talked a lot. I think he covered the vast majority of what I was otherwise going to say. I do appreciate the process that we've been through with your staff. I think it has resulted in a lot of improvements, some different things that you don't typically see with regard to some of the safeguards that we put in place. I appreciate the staff's recommendation of approval. I appreciate the planning board giving us a unanimous recommendation of approval as well. One of the other points, and I just wanted to go back to that, you saw that we're going to have a shared pond with the Cadence. Oh, you knew that I wanted to scroll back. So ponds 5 and 6, ultimately it's kind of, they're numbered as different ponds. They're going to be one pond. There's a requirement in our easements that exist there for shared maintenance and everything else. So I think at Planning Commission, one of the other good things that came out of that is we got a dialogue going with some of the HOA representatives for Cadence. We actually have some follow-up meetings with them scheduled later this week to sit down and start talking about how does this work? How do we work together on sharing a pond and developing this forward, and what other agreements might need to be in place? So The process, I think, has facilitated a pretty good outcome. Last thing I'll mention, Phase 9, there is a list of uses. One of the things that we did in there, we kind of looked at your code, looked through the list of uses that your code allows as non-residential and commercial uses, and we tried to focus it down on what are good uses to be in a neighborhood, because that is kind of that last piece. And now that you've got all the rooftops and all the the residents that are living within that neighborhood, now you have the opportunity for coffee shops and some of those other things that can be neighborhood uses that people can use as convenience commercial uses that are within that community. So that list we kind of winnowed down to focus more on some of those service uses and retail uses and things of that nature that can provide services to that community. So with that, I'll stop here. Quincy and David, our project representative and engineer, are here if you have any technical questions or questions of the owner. But otherwise, we appreciate the time that your staff has spent with us and everybody else has spent with us in conversation, and look forward to continuing that.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, we wouldn't mind a Panera in there.
Panera. What? Every community
Just saying.
wants a Panera.
Okay, now we'll go out to the public. We have Ryan Howard.
All right. Park Hill Boulevard, Ryan Howard. I would like to motion for the Panera Bread to be put next to my house. Or do I need a second here? I don't know. Okay. Right. Yeah. I will start having conversations immediately. Yeah. Joe, I got to shake your hand. I didn't realize that was you sitting there. So thank you so much for your time today. He was literally taking me through, okay, go to this link, now scroll down, now click on page 34, and now go back to 33. I mean, so very thorough. I'm grateful for that. So I think most of my concerns are going to, I live in this community, so most of my concerns are going to be addressed, I think, in these meetings that they're already agreeing to have. And so I'm excited to hear that. I think it sounds like a lot of the original concerns were already addressed. And so I'm grateful for those conversations that are taking place. The two other things that I would say is, I know you talked about traffic coming out of Park Hill Boulevard on to Veterans Memorial. My question would be about any traffic coming down into Saxon, because right now that could be, that gets very backed up. And I guess if the traffic light's there for a minute or two, you can make it through. But I'm just wondering if that is also included in the analysis or if that's too far outside the scope. So that might be something that Brett can manage in those meetings. That would be one question. The other was that the 30%, that was my main question, but that's not they're gonna have their own 30%. And so the question about the pond and the shared maintenance, with that turn lane being put in, I would just wonder about whether the maintenance of that fountain or whatever that little plot there is, if that would also be shared or if that would remain with the current HOA. And I think that's probably what Brett, part of what you guys will all work through. The other thing is, I need everybody to commit to, my wife is going to think, because I had 2 chances to talk, that this meeting went very late because I had 2 chances to talk. And so I need you to let her know that I'm capped at 3 minutes and for each of those, so she knows that's not. Yes. Okay, she knows that's not why. So I think that's everything. So I think I'm grateful for everybody your service, and thank you guys for working together on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thanks. Okay, next one is Brett Marquez.
Hello again, Brett Marquez, 920 Park Hill Boulevard. Got a couple issues to address on each of the phases. First of all, just phase 9 is the shorter of the two. Phase 9 is adjacent to an easement that was approved originally for Park Hill, in which the HOA was forced essentially through D.R. Horton to adopt the maintenance utilities of that area. So I asked that should that area be approved, that those responsibilities be handed back to the owners of these properties, so that the residents of the neighborhood half mile away aren't having to pay their utilities, their mowing, their water, and their lights. Similar to that easement, I would like you to consider something regarding the phase 7. It was handed to our HOA the responsibility in trade for this easement to hold the burden of all that maintenance. Should this improvement be approved for phase 7, I ask that you make a similar requirement of this developer to share the burden of an easement to the trail system. Joe mentioned a phrase that I liked quite a bit is called proportional fair share traffic. Trails should afford that as well, should be afforded that as well. They will have a trailhead, but will be utilizing traffic throughout the whole trail system for which our small HOA is required to maintain at a high cost. So I would like them to be required to provide a proportionate fair share of their traffic, which would accommodate about 25%. We have 300 residents, they will have roughly 100. So 25% of the maintenance of those seems reasonable to me. Lastly, Florida state law changed their definition of green spaces in 2024. Under the new guidelines, it does not appear that this development will have any green spaces, which are typically defined as areas available for development that aren't developed, but basically available for quality of life, natural flora and fauna. They are not easements or little corners tucked away. It should be 30% of available spaces. That being said, I believe that if they're adopted into the greater Park Hill development, they will be a part of that 35% and should share a proportion of those fees that we pay to maintain those. Additionally, they would be about 25%. Lastly, when Joe was mentioning all of the different amenities and residents of the PUD, there's roughly going to be about 1,000 different homes or residents. Of that, only the 300 of, not even 300 of Park Hill residents pay the majority of the maintenance for that entire area. So please apply that proportionally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last one is Harry? Yes. Okay. Ayola, is that right? Yes. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Marks, council members, Ms. Aronson. My name is Harry Ayala, 858 Katmai Drive. I'm the board treasurer of the HOA, Cadence at Park Hill. I'm basically just gonna focus my attention on one thing only. First, Joe, great job on summarizing. I think the staff is doing an amazing job and it's well summarized. I just want to focus on the issues that have been raised on flooding. I don't know if you can pull up the map again on the ponds. This community, this phase 7 is right next to VMP. So those ponds 5 and 6, to the right, if you look at it, you have VMP. Yeah. I think all of us remember last September, I think VMP was out of commission for a few weeks, I think, because of the flooding. At that time, that pond 5 and 6 were probably close to full capacity. I understand, these are acts of God. We can't control those type of things, but these issues with flooding, I think they probably need better attention. So I think also poses threats to the city roads and our community. Just to give you an example, the pond number 7 that fell right there, it cost us already probably 80 grand or so, well, close to 110, and to do a permanent fix is gonna cost us about 80,000 more. So just, I've been here all night. All I've been hearing is stormwater here. Issues with stormwater everywhere, and it's just surprising me how we keep going and building, even though there's very large issues with stormwater going on. Last thing I want to say, I really appreciate the good faith that the applicant is having with us. I know I'm not against this project. I know this project will bring good things. I'm just asking to please consider the potential impacts that flooding could happen and at what cost will the city risk it. And that's pretty much it. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Howell.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the council for action. Need a
Madam
motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept ordinance 689.
We have a motion.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Okay, I couldn't hear you. Can you pull your mic down? It's on. We have a motion, we have a second. We're gonna go out. Is there any public comment? Okay.
I would just ask that you extend that bond beyond the 3 or 4 years that it's there. It will do no good if there's a flood in 5 years beyond their development.
Expand the bond, is that
Or
what you said?
the timeline, I think they said 5 years.
3 years.
3 years.
3 years for the
So
100,000.
in 4 years, who does that fall on if that fails in 4?
Madam Mayor. So your typical requirement, and this is, recall, a separate bond. So your typical requirement is that we have a bond, a maintenance bond in place for those things for a year period after construction. So this is actually a 3-year period after that to provide that cash bond. That's really to provide, a time period for any of the anything that could be a construction-related defect to appear, and then have that to repair. Beyond that time period, we start to look at whether has the maintenance been upkept, and so it gets a little bit out of our control. And so when we worked with staff, that 3-year time period was deemed to be kind of the right sweet spot between construction and acceptance of as completed, and kind of looking at that evolution into maintenance issues. But again, I think that's probably right at the right spot at this point in time for that additional surety that's there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the council?
Can I
Okay.
just add one comment, an observation, if you will, about this issue with regard to the duration of the bond? The applicant is correct, and that is that normally bonds are for the construction issues, and those are required by our land development code. This is kind of a unique situation. That's why it's more than 1 year. It's 3 years. I will tell you that when we're dealing with the long term, as far as issues like this retention pond, and you're looking at beyond 3 years or beyond 5 years, at that point, normally, and I'm not an engineer, but normally, if there's going to be an issue with construction, a failure to
would've happened.
engineer it or construct it properly, that would have shown.
Yeah.
So then, if there are issues with the retention pond after a year or two, it's usually with regard to maintenance. That is normally not the responsibility of the builder or the developer. Rather, that is going to fall upon the people that live in the community. And by that, I mean the associations
Right.
that manage those. And what they do is they do what are called reserve studies. And I'm sure that these homeowners associations either have already done a reserve study, and if not, they should ask their property manager about reserve studies. Because what they do is they say, look, we've got these common elements that we own, that we're responsible to maintain. In 5 years, they're going to need to do this, to fix them or to maintain them. And then in 10 years, they're going to need to do it, in 15, and so on down the road. And those have concurrent expenses associated with that. Then what they do is they create an assessment as part of their annual or special assessments to build reserves so that when 5 years and 10 years and 15 years comes about, they've got the money and they don't have to impose a special assessment to do the repairs that are necessary or the maintenance cost to keep those ponds, these common elements up to shape. So that's just kind of very hopefully a short tutorial on how this generally works in these types of developments, and maybe give us some background and context for the 1 year versus 3 years versus more than 3 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you're saying that, it reminds me of Sherwood Oaks maintenance.
It's
Right?
Sherwood Oaks, it's most subdivisions that have homeowners associations. Once it is completed and constructed, then you need to make sure you've got ample funds in your reserve to go in and reshape your drainage ponds,
Right.
to get rid of the silt that accumulates.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because I think that's very
all of
good
those
advice.
things.
Because I don't believe that Sherwood Oaks planned on what happened with Milton. None of us did, right? And now they're going, we don't have the money for that, right? So it's a good plan. I think it's a good plan.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll bring it back to the council.
We got a motion and we had a
We
second.
got a motion, we got a second. Kaylee? Sorry, it's getting past.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jarms?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Mayor Marks?
Yes, and ordinance number 690 passes.
Thank you.
That was 689.
689, sorry.
That's
Ordinance
okay.
number 689 passes. I went ahead of myself. Okay, we're moving on to 5C, ordinance number 690. Mr. Reichman?
Yes, Mayor, Council.
Pass it through.
Title of this ordinance is as follows. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orange City, Florida, amending Chapter, Section 10.7, soliciting and solicitors of the City, Orange City Code of Ordinances to prohibit solicitation on certain designated hazardous medians and intersections, providing for severability, conflicts, and effective date. This is the first reading of a legislative matter.
Good evening again, Mayor Marks, council members, Ms. Arrington, Mr. Reichman. As you heard, the title of this proposed ordinance, 690, tonight, this is going to be a tag team presentation between myself and Mr. Reichman to go over this proposed ordinance. This ordinance is intended to address concerns with increased vehicular and pedestrian accidents, panhandling, solicitation, and First Amendment rights. Nothing new probably to anybody in this room. So I'm going to start off tonight's presentation and kind of discuss the problem and the issue that we've been experiencing. And Mr. Reichman, who assisted with several slides and his portion, is going to go over the legal limitations and the like. This ordinance is certainly not intended in any way, shape, or form to take anyone's First Amendment right away. It is all about public safety and to keep people safe. And we have, everybody in here, including everybody on the council, knows we've been working on this for quite some time. One of the slides will talk about complaints, but I know, Mayor Marks, you went out with us, Councilmember Knight was with us, and we've had numerous meetings with many members of my staff, city staff, Mrs. Arrington, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Reichman regarding people panhandling, specifically in a lot of our medians here in Orange City, and the danger that it proposes and what can be done. And I know, Mayor, you've mentioned at several former council meetings publicly that although it may seem like it's moving slow, we've been working on this for a long time to try to get to this point, which we think is a very, very good first step to move forward. So over the past 18 months, we have certainly experienced an increase with people standing, sitting, walking, soliciting, selling items in exchange for money, food, and various things, all from various medians within our city. This obviously has caused great concern, not only for the persons in the medians, but the motorists driving by. And once I show you some photos of the meetings, you all know and have seen this. Some of these medians are no wider than this podium that I'm standing on. And they were not intended for people to be doing all of this activity, including sitting in chairs and everything else. And it's very, very dangerous. And panhandling, Bill's going to get into this, but panhandling and solicitation is protected speech by the First Amendment. So we're not trying to violate that. We're just trying to keep everybody safe and come to a happy median, no pun intended, with all of this. That was not even scripted. That's pretty good. Man. From January 1st, 2024 through mid-June of this year, about those 18 months, we have identified 4 intersections within the city that have generated 123 complaints to the police department regarding people in the medians and safety risks. I'll tell you, 123 complaints is very, very low. That's what went through the dispatch center to dispatch our officers. I know I have received multiple emails and phone calls. You all have received from your constituents as well. Other city staff has, OC Connect, a variety of these things. At meetings, I've been asked about it. So that is very, very low regarding the complaints. There is our 4 high-risk intersections that we've identified in the city. They are 4 of our major intersections, all of them county and state roads, but that is where this activity is mainly occurring. 3 of them intersect with Enterprise, and then you have Saxon Boulevard and Veterans Memorial Parkway. Uh-oh, going too fast here. We did compile accident data between 2020 and 2025 over the last 5 years at these 4 intersections only. And you can see the breakout numbers, but we have had 450 crashes at these intersections, 158 with injuries, 8 fatalities, and 4 of those fatalities were pedestrians. Now, I can tell you that it was people crossing the road. It wasn't necessarily a panhandler or solicitor or someone holding a sign or giving away roses or whatnot that was killed. But I'm honestly shocked that we have not had more fatalities because of distracted driving, someone checking a phone, turning their air conditioner up or whatnot, and veering off just a little bit, and there we go. So that's the problem, you know, that we've had with these intersections. And now I'm going to show you some photographs. Again, probably nothing that no one in here has not seen over the last 18 months. Now this is at Saxon and Enterprise. Now these two individuals now have flowers in their hand. They're not selling them. They're probably, you know, getting donations and the like. Probably, well, it is a bad idea, I guess, unless it's Valentine's Day for people that are on their way home and forgot something, but don't recommend that at all. But he's in one of the medians right there that is very thin. I want you to take a look around at the background of all these pictures that I'm going to show you with the amount of traffic that is just going around all these individuals. His partner is over there on the side of the road, you know, taking a break. This is at Saxon and Enterprise. And some of these folks may look familiar to you. And we've worked with local churches, have had meetings. We've met with the West Volusia Dream Center, who helps the homeless, all to come to some type of, you know, solution to the problem so we can allow the folks to get the help they need, but keep them safe and from not becoming a fatality. Here's Harley Strickland and Enterprise. Now that gentleman's holding a sign that is larger than the median, with a lot of traffic around him. Harley Strickland and Enterprise, you got individuals sitting in chairs in a 3-foot median. You know, we've gotten complaints. We've responded out there and told them, because it has been legal to do so up until this point if this passes through. And they tell us that, no, I've been hit before. I'm going to stay right where I'm at. We said, well, it'd be a lot safer if you moved to the right of way on the shoulder of the road. They don't want to do it. But having chairs and they're eating lunch, you know, they're laying down. I mean, it is just really, really hazardous. And that is the main focus of all this. Harley Strickland and Enterprise, another one. You can see there's book bags that are placed in the middle of that. A lot of times the trash is left in these medians. Here's an individual that, you know, we did see taking these photos, obviously, stepping into traffic. Now, he's not really impeding the flow of traffic per state law, because that's all we've had to go off of up to this point. Cars are stopped, so they step out. People are willing to help and donate, and so they you know, give them money. But that's what's occurring right there. But look at the amount of traffic in that small median at Saxon and VMP. Very, very dangerous. Some of them, we have had complaints that some of them are, you know, aggressive and they bang on car windows. And of course, by the time the officer gets there, oftentimes they're not. They're in the median, but, you know, we watch them for a while, and if we see it, we take action. But that happens quick. You know, they're getting the money and they're popping back into the median. And money oftentimes is not always the answer. We've had them holding up signs that say, "Why lie? I need money for booze." You know, and I mean, but we certainly want the homeless to be taken care of. Another individual at Enterprise and Harley Strickland, again, traffic behind them, small medians. Here's Enterprise in South Volusia in front of the U-Haul. I mean, we've walked so much that it's a pathway in the middle of it, you know. So, as Bill's going to go over with the ordinance, this is going to take care of that. That medians are not intended for this. They're intended to go cross the road and to separate traffic. Right. It wasn't. None of these were ever intended for this, and so this ordinance is going to certainly help with that. This is another one at Saxon and Veterans Memorial Parkway. I wanted to show you this one because the gentleman that's leaning up against the sign on the right, right now he's leaning up against that sign. That sign has been knocked over about 4 times in the last year from trucks turning that take the corner too sharp. He's standing with his back against the sign, not even looking at traffic coming the other way. We've seen them sitting there with their back against it, their arms sticking out. Yeah. So clearly tractor trailers have run over the median because they've crushed the sign, and DOT has to come out and replace it. That's where they're standing. So we want to bring this ordinance to you for consideration for first reading tonight, all in an effort to keep these folks safe while not taking away, you know, their First Amendment rights. We certainly don't want to do that, And I believe this is a great first step to move forward, warn the individuals, educate them, and then take action. Again, keeping them off the medians. And this isn't just for people giving away roses or solicitation. I'm sure a lot of you have seen protests that we've had at, Saxon and Enterprise, particularly leading up to elections and the like. People with flags are standing in the middle of the medians. This ordinance will take care of that it's like, that's not what it's intended for. For crossing over is what we're looking for.
Yep.
So with that, I'm not sure if Bill's gonna do this from his dais, but I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Reichman.
I believe that your agenda package has the PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to be just kind of working from my notes and from the agenda item itself. I think the first thing we need to recognize and to say is we want to thank the police department and your administrative staff for going to the effort of preparing this record and presenting the foundational facts which have been presented this evening to you and to the public. Because this is a very litigious area for local governments, not just in Volusia County, not just in the state of Florida, but through the United States of America, because of some legal matters that I'm going to discuss in a second. But because of the legal standards that are imposed upon local governments of trying to protect their roadways primarily, in dealing with the regulation of solicitation, it is essential that when you step into the area, the field of regulation of speech, regulation of solicitation, of panhandling, that you create a factual basis for that imposition on speech. And that is what you have seen this evening. That is what is necessary to make part of the record. If you take a look at the ordinance itself, ordinance number 690, a lot of times people go straight to what the ordinance is doing rather than what it says at the beginning of the ordinance. And I'm going to read some of those or refer to some of those tonight because they are arguably essential if we ever have to defend this ordinance. As the chief has indicated, these paragraphs that begin with the term whereas, these are the findings, and they are supported by the record and the presentation that you have received this evening. That is the culmination of a lot of work from your police department and your code enforcement staff and other members of your administration. What you have is you have a public safety issue that is running square in the face of the right of the public, of citizens, to exercise the rights of free speech, which requires a balancing. And in general, we're very limited in what we can impose upon the public as far as restricting their speech. But we have certain rights, and those have been established in case law. And these findings support those restrictions, those limited restrictions, including the findings that you have pedestrians in medians located between the traveled lanes. And those interfere, as the photographs have indicated, with the safe movement of normal vehicular traffic. The findings support the conclusion that it is dangerous for persons to stop or stand upon medians in roadways, except for limited purposes. That relates to later on in the ordinance when you see what specifically we are trying to regulate. Only a limited amount of speech are we trying to address. Because we say it's solicitation, we're regulating solicitation, we're regulating panhandling. The courts say you're regulating speech. So it has to, so those limitations on speech, we need to stop using the word solicitation and panhandling and use the word speech, because that's what the courts are going to do. So we can only have very limited restrictions on free speech in this country, including Orange City. And that's where you have a compelling governmental interest. That's one of the specific terms that the courts use. You can only place limitations on the right of free speech if you have a compelling governmental interest. And one of those compelling governmental interests that have been recognized by the courts is roadway safety, vehicular safety, public safety. And that's what we're doing this evening, or trying to do this evening. You continue on with the ordinance, and it recognizes, it makes findings that we are not alone, that there are other jurisdictions in Volusia County that have taken very similar, if not identical, efforts to try to protect public safety, recognizing at the same time the need to protect the right of free speech, including but not limited to the city of DeLand and the city of DeBary, which are discussed in length in the presentation in your presentation this evening. The chief has, and this is crucial, the chief has identified that you have accident data. There's 54 crashes, 453 crashes that have occurred with 158 injuries and 8 fatalities. These are occurring not throughout the entire city of Orange City, but at specified intersections. So if you go to the guts, if you will, of this ordinance, you'll see that we're not saying that you can't exercise your right of free speech throughout the city of Orange City, or for that matter, in all of the rights of way of the city of Orange City. What we're looking at is just those intersections that we have studied and concluded with factual foundations that these are dangerous intersections for that type of speech to occur. And so we're only placing limited restrictions on just those areas because of this significant governmental interest in public safety. And we are arguing and hoping to support the conclusion that is necessary as a matter of law that these restrictions on speech are the least restrictive means, and this is, I'm going to emphasize this, are the least restrictive means to advance the significant governmental interest in traffic safety. And I would submit to you that's the summary of what the law requires. The least restrictive means to advance the significant government interest in traffic safety. These are content neutral. These restrictions, they are narrowly tailored to deal with this safety issue, and they are the minimum restrictions necessary. Lastly, they open many other alternative channels of communication. We are not prohibiting solicitation speech in Orange City. We're simply saying there's areas that it's just not safe to do it. And that's the median. So then you look at the ordinance itself, and it specifically says that you can't speak, you can't solicit, you can't panhandle in the medians of 5 feet or less, where there's adjacent roadway, there's 2 or more travel lanes. So again, we're looking at the specifics of where this is dangerous, where it's a public traffic safety issue. So it's been tailored to be the least restrictive means possible. And the reason we're doing this is because there are other jurisdictions that have tried to use broader methods of dealing with the secondary negative impacts of solicitation or speech. And they have been sued, and the courts have found that, yes, there are legitimate public concerns, but these have to be measured against the fundamental right and the strict scrutiny that the courts apply to these types of restrictions. So they have to be the least restrictive possible. And the city of Orange City, as well as the city of DeLand and the city of DeBary, are exercising this with the hopes that the risks and the dangers that have been identified to you this evening can be dealt with without him legally creating an unconstitutional imposition on the right of free speech. And so your staff, your police department, your code enforcement department, and your legal department bring this to you this evening for your consideration for trying to deal with a problem that has been facing the citizens and the motor vehicle traffic in Orange City for quite some time, to try to balance these fundamental interests of speech against public safety, traffic safety.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Okay.
And if I could just
Yeah.
add, Mayor, as well, part of that ordinance does speak about, we'll probably put up, if it gets approved through first and second reading, put up signage at these 4 intersections, because the ordinance speaks to no panhandling or solicitation within 50 feet of that intersection. Medians are out for sure. So we will identify that with signage so they know. And again, if passed after the second, reading at the end of the month, we'll get that process moving. And we're familiar with these individuals, and we'll go out with them and make sure that they are aware of the new ordinance, and hopefully they'll not do that activity so they don't become another statistic. before we take any action and, you know, charge them or whatnot. So, that is what we're asking for tonight is, you know, passage of the ordinance 690 on first reading tonight and, second reading, at the July 22nd, I believe it is, meeting.
So I have a question. I had spoke with the manager about signs, and I thought I was told that we could not put signs up because there was too many signs on.
You asked about signs in the right-of-way. He's not necessarily talking about in the right-of-way.
Well, we also talked about signs like on private property and things like that.
And with the private property, we must have their permission.
Right.
Correct.
So.
We're going to have to look at this to figure out
Okay.
how we can, you know, post it for individuals other than the ones we're speaking to.
Right.
You know, personally.
Because I did notice, and I brought this up, that DeLand has signs that says
do.
no panhandling within 50 feet of this intersection. And it says panhandling, and I know that's not what we're going for in Orange City. It's about safety. Safety is the key, right?
We would probably choose a different word.
Right.
This ordinance is written in two ways. The first way is about you cannot lay down, you cannot sit down, you cannot stand, you cannot walk in those skinny medians.
Right.
The second way is about what happens at certain intersections. Those intersections are named in the ordinance. That's where he's talking about putting the signage is at those intersections, either with, and I have already been told no by the state of Florida, we can try again, either with a county use permit in the right-of-way or by asking an adjoining property owner if we can put signage up on their property.
Okay.
That's the intersections, not the medians. So I don't know what DeLand's intersections are. I suspect they have named a couple where the signage is located in their ordinance. I didn't bring their ordinance with us.
Well, that's the reason I asked you that was because, you know, I had asked the manager, how are we going to enforce this if there's no signs? And
it'll be against the law.
Well,
yeah.
and
There's
she
no signs for homicide. I mean, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just using that as
no.
a, I mean, there's a lot of laws out
Well,
there
I
that we
mean,
don't have
they're
signs
out
for.
there and they're on the medians, right? And then we pass it, if we pass this ordinance. So my question was, well, how are they going to know this is happening? They're not at a city council meeting. And she had said that you would give them a copy of the ordinance, show up and say, this is what's happened.
Exactly, we're going to
Right,
show up and let
right.
them know about it.
Yeah,
And make sure
right.
they understand it.
I just wanted to put that on the record. That's
And
what
that
was
will be
said.
documented as well.
Right.
If I
You know,
could
we're
add
not
one comment, because we have been involved, we all have been involved with this problem and trying to find solutions to this problem. Now, irregardless of the speech issue, let's get to the panhandling and solicitation specifically. And the reality is that these folks would not be out there if they were not successful in getting money.
Right.
So one of the things that we had discussed was looking at it from the other viewpoint, the other side. And that is there are other jurisdictions, and we're going to continue to work on this angle, if you will. There are other jurisdictions that don't necessarily focus on the people that are asking for the money, but rather focus on those that are giving the money.
Right.
Because if people stop giving the money, people will stop asking for the money.
Right.
And so, to your point of signage, sometimes, and this is what we can look into, this is not what this ordinance does.
Right.
That's not why I didn't bring it up, but we're expanding beyond the scope of the discussion of these regulations. But to deal with the problem, one thing you can look at is to see if there can be some education, communication, and if necessary, signage to the traveling public that this is a problem that we have in effect created for our, to create our own
I'm glad you're
danger.
saying that, because we had talked about that in our meeting together on other alternatives.
But that is not something we can regulate per se.
Right.
That's not something you can pass an ordinance to deal with. But it is something that is arguably a soft solution that we'll have to work on and see what other jurisdictions are doing. And whether or not, you know, you can have a million signs. You can send out emails. You can have it on our website. It may not work. But it's,
I'm going to tell you, I was in DeLand a couple days ago, right next to the sign. Someone was standing there panhandling, right under the sign. And I just kind of chuckled because, you know, it's only good as much as you can enforce it, because you're not going to be at those intersections all the time, right? So, and like you had said, by the time you get there, they might be gone. So I'm just putting this on the record that we're trying to do something here good to move forward, to keep people safe. But keep in mind, people, that it's not going to be perfect because we can't always catch them, right?
Absolutely, and it will take some education, you know, and it may not eliminate panhandling. It may eliminate panhandling in the most dangerous areas.
Right.
So to Mr. Reichman's point about communication, I've discussed this with numerous members of the council on an individual basis, and as you know, there's a huge controversy in our community about whether you should give money to panhandlers or not. When you read all of the Facebook comments, I want to say it's almost evenly divided. It is our Christian duty to take care of our brother by giving them money, or our religious duty, or you're contributing to the problem by doing that. And if you go to the individual churches and discuss it with the churches, which I have because we had a little action plan for me to follow, they will not preach this from the pulpit.
Right.
It is a Sunday school discussion item, not a pulpit message, because individuals have strong beliefs on both sides. I think you ought to enact this first and see how it goes before you come back as a council deciding whether you want to weigh in on the message on whether it is appropriate for individuals to give to panhandlers or not.
Thank you.
That- that's
First
my
step, well
opinion.
said. First step in keeping those folks safe and from not being struck and killed.
This is a good start.
We believe so. We worked really, really hard with Mr. Reichman's office, and
Okay. If there's
Public.
first, we got to get a motion
Yeah.
first.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve.
Hold on a minute.
There will be.
Motion.
Yeah, we gotta have a motion first. Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance number 690 at the first reading.
I second.
We got a motion, we got a second. Okay, public comment?
All right, Ryan Howard again, Park Hill Boulevard. So I support this. I agree with it. I think it's the right thing to do. The three things that come to mind for me are, it says content neutral, but if you actually list soliciting or loitering, or, I mean, if you actually list something, then is that really content neutral? And so that would be the thing, is that if you list any type of speech at all, that kind of makes it not content neutral. I haven't done cases and laws and with this type of particular thing. I'm very big stickler on the free speech, but I agree with it. It's kind of a safety thing. It's kind of irrelevant. It's kind of not a matter of free speech.
The definition of it is content neutral. It is.
That's what I'm saying, is that if we end up saying a form of content like soliciting or panhandling, that is not content neutral, is kind of what I'm saying.
Soliciting and panhandling, the way it's defined, it's content
Oh,
neutral.
okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you for that clarification. The other thing would be, and I don't know what party would bring a challenge to this, to where it would be maybe reversed or something like that, but I don't know if they would look at the legitimate government interest as, okay, yeah, there was deaths, but we haven't had anybody in the median or any of those particular kinds of people that have been a cause of that death. So assuming the legitimate interest is it's just dangerous, therefore we shouldn't have people there. That's just kind of where my mind goes, is, okay, it seems logical to me. The other issue would be, lots of different countries, people do this in different cities and all kinds of things, but if they are not, would this allow for, so let's say this goes into effect, now they're waiting on the side of the road, and then the traffic stops, they come into the traffic, just walk up the lane, and then jump out before the traffic starts again. Would that be allowed in these intersections? That's sort of my, and if not, is it clear that that's not allowed?
That's covered under state statute. They're not allowed to impede the normal flow of traffic. Does not get into this ordinance. It's already covered in state statute.
Even if the traffic is stopped and they're walking in the middle of the traffic?
He would need to
my-
witness it and make that determination.
That's fine. All I'm just saying
So-
is, all I'm doing is trying to give considerations to strengthen what you're trying to do here. That's all I'm saying is, okay, if you want that to be covered, then just make sure the language is clear, that's all. And you probably have done all this already, it just comes to my mind, I just want to respectfully share.
state statute right now.
Okay, and I understand that, and I know that people aren't gonna be impeding traffic, but I see it all the time where people jump in and they jump out, and they know the timing of the stoplights, and they can do it safely, but.
We see it too, and we go out and warn the people if we are able to witness this.
Sure.
We normally see it during campaign season, not so much with our panhandlers. So, during campaign season, we have officers present on the side of the road where we've got the two competing camps, telling them to back up, get their flags out of the road. Don't walk up and talk to people in the cars. So when we see it, we are able to take action on it.
Okay.
It's not allowed.
Okay, my time's up, so thank you for doing what you need to do to keep the community safe, and I appreciate everybody working together on this.
It's
I just
hard
wanted
to
give additional
explain the
consideration.
breadth of the statutes in response to
I just wanted to mention it,
your
came to mind. Thank you so much.
questions.
Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor, Council, I want it for the record also to be clear that there's a substantial portion of the new language in this section regarding solicitation that deals with conduct. It does not deal with speech whatsoever.
Good.
Talks about where you can't cross a road. You've got to follow where you're supposed to be when you cross a road. You can't cross, where there's not a crosswalk. You can't walk against traffic. That has nothing to do at all with speech. That's just basic conduct, public safety, and that's in this ordinance as well.
Okay, Narita, you want to come up? Perfect. It's getting late. Let's get this thing rolling.
Hi, my name is Narita H. Williamson, and I live at 811 Gunnison Drive. The only other thing that no one mentioned is the littering, because I'm picking up after them. And at the corner of VMP and Saxon, I picked up at least 25 to 30 cigarette butts, because they all commune in that little area like it's a picnic area. So I would like for you guys to also include that in there as well.
I think we're hoping that if they're not going to be there, there's not going to be litter, but that's a whole separate
That's a whole
Okay.
separate.
subject.
That's a whole okay.
Yeah,
I'm always on the litter bug.
I know. We appreciate that. Okay. Anybody else? All right. I'll bring it back to.
Got a motion and a
We
second
got a
already.
motion, we got a second. Kaylee? I'm losing my way. There's so many public comments.
It's good to have you to
I
back you
know,
up.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember
good job.
Darms?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiampson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Mayor Marks?
Yes, and ordinance number 690 passes. Okay, number 6, public hearing ordinances, second and final reading. We have none. 7 resolutions. 7A, resolution number 380-25. Mr. Reichman, please.
Yes, Mayor, Council. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Orange City appointing Camelia Frazier to the Orange City Historic Preservation Board to fill a vacant seat, repealing all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. When the motion is read, we'll need to determine exactly which seat number, if that is indeed the desire of the council. I did not read that into the resolution.
Greetings.
Kaylee Burleson.
Kaylee Burleson, City Clerk. All right. So currently, we have 2 out of 5 seats on the Historic Preservation Board that are vacant. This agenda item was brought to you at the last meeting, but unfortunately, Ms. Frazier was out of town, and you guys chose to bring it back at this meeting where she could attend. The 2 seats that we have currently vacant is seat 1. It was previously held by Donna Cobb, who recently resigned on June 20th. Seat 1 has a term ending in September 27th, 2025. And the other vacant seat that we have was held by Emil Scipione until his resignation on February 20th, 2025. And that seat actually has a term ending December 31st, 2027. Our goal with the seats that do expire September 2025, once we renew those, we'll make them to where they all have a term ending in December for the respective years. That way they're all uniform. We did advertise the vacant board seats multiple times on social media. The openings are listed on our website. We've only received one application so far, and that is from Ms. Frazier, and she is present and ready to talk to you. I do appreciate your patience. It's been a long meeting. So if you have no questions for me, I would invite her up here to speak.
Anybody?
Or
Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Congressman, and everyone else. I'm Camelia Frazier. I was born and raised here in Orange City. I haven't really been a lifelong residency because I left for many years. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I was traveling throughout the United States. And now I'm back, and I'm ready. So.
Can you address the council, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
As I said, I was born and raised here, so been gone for a long time. Now I'm back, and I'm interested especially in the history of Orange City. So I would be more than welcome to join the panel in researching and coming up with the history. A lot of history. Actually, I don't know. I'm 75 years old, so it's a lot of it before me. Now, I can tell you, when I was a little kid growing up, a lot of stuff that happened in Orange City. Probably some people don't know, like we had a sheriff named Mr. Heyman. Does anyone know him? Anyone? Only you. Years and years and years ago. And he was an excellent sheriff, and he really took care of Orange City. So there's a lot of history, you know, and if I don't know it, I have older people, older than I am. Like I said, I'm 75, that can fill in the gaps that I don't possibly know, but can enlighten me, and then I can enlighten anyone else that would be interested in knowing.
Any questions? Dana?
What are your views on the historic homes that exist today?
I'm sorry?
What are your views on the existing historic homes?
Well, like I said, I've been gone, so I really don't know what the Historic Council has even been. All I can tell you about is they were talking about the shuffleboard. I know that to be a fight because I was here during the meeting. So everything else that has partaken before that, I would have to be enlightened on. But I'm ready to do it.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, you know, looking at the background of the position, and I wanted to ask you this time, so I was trying to save it for when you were here, and that's why we all agreed to table it. What is your expertise in history? Because in the substance of being on the board, it says you should have expertise in history, real estate, real property appraisal, urban planning. Do you have any of that expertise?
No, I'm a medical person.
I'm sorry?
I'm a medical person.
Oh, medical,
So
okay.
I've been in medical, like I said, for almost 40 years. So that part of it, I would have to renege and be honest to you and say, no, I have none of that.
So one of the things that concerned me was that, of course, and I just love that you have lived here all your life. Like I just, you know, you know what's happened. I get that, and I love that. But my concern is that when I read your application, it basically says that you want the people to be heard and things like that, and that doesn't fit in the realm of the historical board. That sounds like city council to me, like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, when I read that, because when I see the historical board, what they do, they vote on things of buildings, like the shuffleboard, you know,
Right.
things like that. They research, you know, what has happened with it, or what registries it's on, or things like that. So I think it's more than what's listed in the application, obviously, and that's what concerns me, is that you don't have the experience of those things that are very important to making those decisions on certain buildings that could be taken down, right?
But those things, to me, can be researched. It's not like you tell me about a building and I say, okay, let's just go ahead and tear it down. Wouldn't that leave it open for me as a person who's not in real estate or any of those other things to research,
Absolutely.
understand, and then decide and base my opinion on what, as a collaboration, that the other people bring to the table as well, but to allow me to research and understand what's going on with that particular build.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. The other question I had for you was when we were talking about the shuffleboard court, one of your comments was, if you remember.
Which one?
You said, when I was a kid, they wouldn't let me in there, and I don't care if you tear it down. And so that's a red flag for me, because I was thinking, you can't make it personal. Because that was a long time ago, and this is now. And so
Right.
when you're
Right.
making decisions on historical structures, and you've been here all your life, there may be some things that you're not happy about, right? That happened a long time ago.
Right.
And I totally respect that. I don't want you to think I don't, but those decisions can't be based on that. So that makes it a little biased of you to say that.
Right, but you got to remember, I wasn't being considered for anything, so I was speaking my personal opinion.
Right.
There's a difference between me being asked a question in an open forum and I respond to that.
Right.
And if I say, I don't care if they tear it down, that's a personal. But if I'm in a situation where I can't express my personal opinion, then that's where I would sit, and I would not voice my personal opinion.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think it's mostly the opinion. I think it's just, you've had experience here in this town, right? You've seen a lot more than I have, I'm sure, right?
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
That's just my concern, is that, I'm sorry, I should be talking to all of you, but, is that the experience thing and then not making it personal. That's the only thing that I'm stuck on. And because we don't really, when we do these historical applications, they're very vague. We don't really vet them out on what exactly they do. We don't get a lot of applicants, to be honest with you. So we're happy when you apply, right?
Right.
But we also want to pick the right people that are going to make the right decisions. And ultimately, it's going to come to us anyway.
Right.
But still, it's always nice to know that your historical board is, taking care of business.
That's correct. But we all have personal experiences and things, so, we may keep them to ourselves, but we're thinking them in the back of our mind. It's just, if you put me in an open forum where I don't have to say that I'm this person, that person, or the other, I'm going to speak my truth.
And see, that's what I mean. So on your application, you spoke your truth, and I
Right.
appreciate the truth, always. But this application does not apply to anything that has to do with the historical board. It has to apply with the way you feel about your city, and you love it, and you want to
Right.
serve it, right?
Exactly. Right.
So I wanted to give you that credit, of course.
Okay,
But I
thank
just,
you. But-
do you feel that you can do this job, because it's real important to all the residents of Orange City that we try to save history as best as we can, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So my question would be, I've seen what you've written and I appreciate that, and then I've seen what you've said and I appreciate that as well. And thank you for your medical expertise and those kind of things and where you come from. I appreciate that.
All righty.
Can you tell me what it is that what is the platform, or what is the desire to serve on the historical board to do what?
I think the history of Orange City, from what I've read, like when they have the book about the history of Orange City in it, when we have that festival thing, it's halfway. It is half lopsided. It's half-sided. It's not, for me, telling the complete history of Orange City. I would love to investigate and research and actually come up with actually the true historic value of Orange City. Because to me, it seems kind of like a little lopsided there. I don't know, but it's something that I would be interested in researching.
So, okay, so I understand you're trying to bring about more history that maybe is not explained? Is
Right.
that what it is?
Yes.
So, because you have a feeling that there is other history that was not brought to the forefront?
That's correct.
Got you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I've been knowing Camelia all of my life. She's older than me. So I've been knowing her all of my life. She's a very open-minded person. She knows how to adjust and adapt. She can go out and, like she said, she can do her research. She know some people on the board, and I don't know where all these all of a sudden came from, but some people on the board don't really know the true history of the city of Orange City. And this is what we're focusing on, the true history of the city of Orange City,
That's
whether it be the
correct.
older houses, whether it be, and what happened at their places and at that time. She had some knowledge of that, firsthand experience.
So, on the Historic Preservation Board, please correct me if I'm wrong, since I'm new up here this year. They focus primarily on the buildings, correct? They don't focus on what's in the book or that
Right.
type of history.
That's what I was gonna
So,
say.
being on the Historic Preservation Board would be more like preserving the historic buildings and
Structures.
the historic structures and that type of thing.
I was thinking what you're saying, I hear historical society. There's societies in towns where they actually research the history and bring it back and shine it. But the historical board is about making decisions about structures, and correct me if I'm wrong, because have you been to a historical board meeting yet? Have you witnessed what they do there?
No.
Okay. I was just gonna say, Kaylee, could you touch on that?
Well, let me
Or Bill?
jump in, if I may. I think there's two sections of our code that relate to the conversation that we're having right now. First of all is membership. This is in section 295 of your code, which is what we follow in this discussion and the decision you're about to make.
Yeah.
Subsection 1 says, the appointments to the Historic Preservation Board may be made on the basis of civic pride, integrity, experience, and interest in the field of historic preservation. The city council should, whenever possible, appoint a representative from each of the following areas of expertise. Mayor, that's what you were referring to before.
Yes.
So there's a two-step process there.
Okay.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, as far as why did we create Historic Preservation Board? And you all are right. A lot of what these sections in our code deal with, the specific motions that they make and the actions they take, deal with like the express or implicit demolition of an older home and whether or not that violates the code. But there are other purposes that are set forth in section 2.101 of your code that says it's the specific responsibility of the Historic Preservation Board, and there's a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that deals with historic knowledge, the preservation of historic knowledge in general.
Okay.
And then to make recommendations following from that type of information that they accumulate or they bring to this city council, or they seek grants for preservation to declare districts. So yes, the most concrete actions that the Historic Preservation Board has the responsibility to do deal with structures. But there's a lot of, if you will, pardon my use of this term again, soft power that they also have, which again is in the form of recommendations, history that they're researching to bring back to staff and to the city council to try to have a better understanding of the history of Orange City. So it is twofold, and that is contained in section 2101. Should ma'am, you get appointed to the board, be my strong recommendation, you sit down with staff, and staff, we have designated representatives of staff that work with the Historic Preservation Board to go through the responsibilities of each member of the Historic Preservation Board, because they are very detailed and some of them are very technical.
That's a good
Yeah.
explanation.
So in the past, the Historic Preservation Board has developed the Clio Walk. you know, on
Yes.
the app.
Mhm.
That was a board initiative, and they worked very hard as individual members
That was Donna
on
Cobb,
that.
right?
It was her and many other people who worked on that. And they came up with the historic banner signs and where to post those. And as you could see tonight, I cut out money for their annual Greet the Public and have a history day. So they do other things. They are specifically charged with making recommendations to you on a variety of issues. And they must do that when an application is tendered. Those are the very technical things Bill is talking about.
And I love that they do all those extra things. It sounds like fun. But at the end of the day, when the decisions are made before they come to us from the advisory board, we need somebody that can actually, and I'm asking you this, we need someone to actually take the time and learn the technical stuff because it's important. And, you know, if you're in the medical field, I'm sure you can, you know,
But
grab
that's the
it pretty
part
good.
of
but
your research though, right?
It
that
is
you
part of
have to
research, but it also,
research that
it helps to
information
have
and
that
stuff.
experience in the different things that were listed in here, you know,
Right.
the real estate experience, the urban planning, engineering, all of that stuff. And you can only hope that on the historical board, that maybe you'll be strong at one thing and another person be strong at another thing, and then it comes together, right? So that's all I'm saying. And then
Right.
also, we really, I mean, we hope that the attendance would be good because there's been a lot of meetings where there's been canceled or not a quorum or in the past. And, you know, and then we have members come up before us and tell us that they, you know, they're sick, but they can't come and then they quit. So, you know, yeah, so we really need someone that's gonna be, you know,
Right.
right?
So I will say that the historic board has provided agenda packets, like detailed agenda packets with staff reports, just like any other board. I also am running a big risk of not having a quorum for multiple meetings because I do only have 3 members on the board right now. So if somebody is sick, somebody is out of town, somebody for any reason cannot make a meeting, I will not have a quorum.
Well, and that's the point. You know, if the council decides to put you on there, it's real important that you be there, but also, we don't want to just vote you on because we need another body there. We want to vote you on because we want you on there, right? So.
Right, and I don't want you to just put a body there. I want to be a working body to be able to facilitate and help.
Correct. And to Mr. Reichman's point regarding sitting down with a staff member and whatnot, she would actually be sitting down with Joe Ruiz, the Development Services Director, and they would go through everything to get her up to speed, to know exactly what she can and cannot do on the board. We would get her with the Attorney's Office for Sunshine Law. So there are a number of steps that we provide to these board members. We don't just send them off on their own once they're appointed to a board. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of the actual process internally as far as like onboarding of new board members. And whether that be the Planning Commission, the Historic Board, Youth Advisory Council, we do it for all boards.
Dana?
Like Mr. Reichman clarified, a board member can bring more to the table than just the real estate and that kind of thing. And I think her, with her background and being from Orange City, and knowing some of the history, I think she would bring that to the table, knowing that she would meet with staff and they would bring her up to speed, and her willingness to learn and do research. I think we need to take that into consideration.
Lisa Marie?
For me, I feel that I came on with no kind of experience.
Me too.
I just had the background of helping campaigning with one of my friends. So I feel if she's willing to learn, I say, hey, why not give her a chance? You guys gave me a chance, and I'm up here, and I'm still learning every day.
We all
And I
are,
don't,
to be
I
fair.
don't talk much yet, but because I'm still getting used to it.
Right.
So I just feel that we should give her a chance.
And I do know for a fact that she's a very committed person. If she put her 4 foot before something, she says she's gonna do it. She stays fast to that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, we just need some action here then.
So looking at the recommendation, Madam Mayor, I see that there are a couple of things we either choose to appoint or not appoint, or we choose to, if we do appoint, seat 1 or seat 5. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes. So seat 1 would have a term ending September 27th of 2025.
Right.
Seat number 5 is vacant with a term ending on December 31st of 2027.
So which seat are we trying to fill here? I thought we were
And
trying
when
to
she
fill
applied
Donna
for that
Cobb's seat.
position-
So if she was appointed to seat 1, there would be another resolution that comes back to council when that term ends in September 27th, 2025, that would take that seat back to December of 2028, to correct it, just FYI. We're trying to arrange all the term ending dates with December 31st. But it's completely up to you all. If you do appoint her to seat 1, another resolution will come back to you in September.
But if I'm not mistaken, City Clerk, when she applied for the position, the only one that was available was in seat 5 for December 27.
Correct.
Correct, until I noted at the June 24th meeting that Donna Cobb had resigned on June 25th, or June 20th. Unfortunately, she just submitted her resignation after the agenda item had
So
been
why aren't
posted.
we, if this moves forward, why aren't we appointing her to 5? Why would we move to 2?
It would be up to council to choose which seats, since there are 2 vacant seats. Completely up to you all, how you want to move forward.
I would say since her application came in prior to Donna Cobb resigning,
That's
that
what I
she should be
say.
appointed to seat 5.
Right.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Miss Camelia Frazier. Did I say your name, your first name right? Camelia or Camelia? Camelia, okay, perfect. To seat number 5 with a term ending December 31st, 2027 of the Historic Preservation Board.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second. Anything from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Kaylee?
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Councilmember Darms?
Yes.
Mayor Marks?
Yes, and resolution number 380-25 passes. Welcome aboard. Okay.
Anybody else want to fill seat 1?
7B, resolution number 379-25. Mr. Eichmann?
Yes, Mayor. Council, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Orange City, Florida, approving an agreement between the City of Orange City and Waste Pro to provide solid waste and recycling materials collection services, and authorizing the city manager and city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Christine Davis, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening. It's a little late. I will be as efficient as I can be. Again, Christine Davis, Assistant City Manager, presenting the Citywide Solid Waste Contract Award. Brief history of or recap is, in 2024, we started this process. We retained the services of RCG, who is in the audience, Mr. Bill Redmond and Kelly Redmond. The RFP was issued in January, and 2 bids came in February. On May, 13th, we brought the ranking to council, and the council gave us some directions. I'll go over those in a moment. So tonight's resolution, 37925, is to award an exclusive citywide solid waste franchise agreement to Waste Pro. Waste Pro is also, we have representatives here tonight, both Tim and Susie I'm going to stop there because I know I'm going to get the last name wrong, so I'll just stop with first names for now. Forgive me, Susie. We need to have a conversation. Okay, wasn't sure. I know there was a recent change. So moving on,
That's right.
Yes, there was a recent change. So a recap from May 13th, council action was council approved the rear load service, which is a change in service level compared to what we currently have. We approved moving forward with the 20% franchise fee, and we also approved the same service days and service types of service for residential services. So we went into contract negotiations, and we're here tonight to present that. Along with that, I'm also going to give you an overview of some of the more significant contract changes and/or enhancements. As noted a moment ago, we are proposing to move to the rear load, which is 2 men in a truck. With that, it's opposed to our fully automated system. With that, all properly contained garbage that is put to the curb will be hauled. Currently, if you have a 4th of July party and on Monday you put out your 96-gallon garbage cart and you have a couple extra bags, they are not hauled. They do not have to haul them. Around Thanksgiving and Christmas, the current hauler would, but they weren't required to. With this contract, it is a provision. So that is an increased service level along with the rear load. Additionally, we will get the access to review the tracking, which is also called the third eye tracking. It is real-time tracking of all of Waste Pro's vehicles. Notably for us, we're interested in the garbage and recycling, but I do believe it's also on their supervisor vehicles and whatnot. But we're really interested in where are the recycling and the garbage trucks and where are they in the route, did we miss something? And this will provide, I'll go into a little more detail, our ability to do that from a system. Customer service tracking through TrackEasy, we have elected to do that already, and that's where Waste Pro, when they're handling calls, everything gets put into this TrackEasy system, which is offered through the Mr. Bill Redmond, the RCG group. Where am I at? Additional, we're with the 20% franchise fee, we are also leveraging additional funds that will be included in the general fund budget that Devlin presented earlier and mentioned. Administrative functions, they're quite comprehensive. We have an improved truck replacement schedule. The trucks that will be servicing us beginning in October will be 2026. All frontline vehicles have an average age of 4 and no unit can be older than 6 years. They have a rather robust maintenance program, and we believe that will lend well to a quality, more reliable service. Administrative charges, these were these were actually presented through Redmond, RCG. It's very consistent with what our neighbors have. It's a more comprehensive administrative program than what we currently have with our expiring contract. Educational and promotional public relations requirements within the contract. There's funding for Waste Pro to put those out. We have post-disaster provisions. If we need some help, currently we would have to negotiate a price. We have that price is fixed and outlined in this contract. Replacement schedule for front-load dumpsters. Currently, we have dumpsters, we don't know if they're 5 years old or 50 years old. If you look at them, they don't look very presentable. With this contract, we will have a better dumpster maintenance program, coupled with a requirement that those dumpsters are replaced out every 48 months. Third-party contract oversight provision, that would be something we would elect to do possibly at a future date. We will begin to meet for transition and be working with Public Works to determine how are we going to monitor this contract. There's a provision in the contract for us to do that through the TrackEasy or RCG program. Fuel adjustment, that is something new to us. Currently, our contract does not allow for an annual fuel adjustment. This contract will, and so do our neighboring cities who have the contract. That first fuel adjustment eligibility will be with the renewal of 10/1, and there are provisions in here that detail how is that calculated, when is it calculated, and the effective date would be the October 1 date. CPI adjustment, both residential and commercial have fixed fees for both for the current year that we're going to go into effect October 1, and then again, another fixed fee established for October 1 of 2026, with the exception it would be eligible for the fuel adjustment. The beauty with the fuel adjustment is if it is down, we would see a decrease. If it's up, well, we're going to see an increase. CPI is actually capped at 5% with a rollover provision. So I'll give you an example. We get around to October 1 of 2027 and they're eligible for the CPI. CPI comes in at 6.5%. They're only going to get the max, which is 5%. However, that 1.5% that they didn't get is then considered with next year. So if next year's CPI is 2%, they would get that 1.5 added and get 3.5%. That will serve well for the 10-year that this contract is, to help smooth out and hopefully not have big increase when we go out for bid the next time. Customer service call center will be staffed from 7:30 to 5:30. It is local. It's here in Florida. It's in Sanford. They have six customer service representatives along with a supervisor. They have a program that they call them all and text them all, and that's something we talked about in negotiations, because I'm like, we don't have everybody's phone numbers. How are we going to do this? And they assure me they've implemented it in other cities, and they will work with us to be able to offer this call them all and text them all program. So that is another customer service enhancement. It won't just be our news, our social media outlets that we go to if there's an issue. We'll be able to use that.
So that call them all, text them all, will they be calling or texting you or them?
Citizens, you.
We can.
You all. Call them all. I am not all. I am.
No, I mean, you know how.
It will be, Waste Pro has
Right.
a program where they can reach out to all of our residents that are on, that get their service, and they can message them with whatever, if there was a change in for a holiday.
Or whatever, right?
I would hope, we're going to talk about holiday changes that they can communicate. Or part of the educational program, that they're going to have an amnesty day. We're going to schedule it. They could put it out along with us and our social media outlets. But no, that's their program, and it reaches all of our customers that are paying for this service. So we're going to look a little bit closer at the third eye. This is a comprehensive GPS tracking system, real time. It provides cameras on all of their vehicles. The camera serves to, there's an internal one for the driver or the cab of the vehicle, and then there's a 360 view. We can reach out and they will show us what happened if there's an incident, whether it be somebody claimed the garbage was missed or somebody says they ran over their mailbox. I've had mailbox claims over the years where they were turning around and took out a mailbox. This would be captured on this system. Let's see the next one. This is an overview of, I believe, if I recall correctly, a route. And as the route's completed, it indicates that. I believe it might be red, and then as it gets done, it turns to green. This next slide will show you an actual, I had to blow it up so it gets a little distorted, but you can see as they're driving down the road on the approach, you can see the garbage can is there. Now, we are not going to have automated any longer, but that was what was in the proposal, and they didn't know that at the time. But the third eye would capture that being tipped, or in this case, the guy pulling it off of the curb, putting it on the tipper, and it getting tipped in. If they drive away and there's a line of trash behind them, it's going to capture it. However, we believe with the 2-men in a truck, you get a different level of service because you have somebody already there who can see the garbage and isn't tasked with, oh gosh, there's garbage, I have to stop, I have to get out. They're already there. It's more likely you're going to have far less, if any, complaints given changing from that automated system that stuff blows out of to the 2 men and a truck. So to recap on residential services, we're going to remain with Monday, where they will have garbage, yard waste, and bulk, and Tuesdays are recycling. Residential rate review. This is a 3-year implementation program. The initial bid, or original bid, had a monthly charge of $20.64. The negotiated rate shows that 10/1 of 2025, we will pay Waste Pro $17.18, or a 13.32% increase versus a 36 in 1 year. Year 2, it's fixed again, but eligible for a fuel adjustment. It would go to $19.22 for an 11.87% increase. And then the 3rd year, the rate is fixed at $21.31. However, it is eligible for both the fuel adjustment and the maximum of a CPI increase. So the fixed rate is a 10.88% increase. I will point out that during this time, from when the bids came in till now, the landfill implemented a 4.81% increase. So part of the reason you see an increase from the original bid of 2064 to the 2031 is the fact that rate went up. So it has been adjusted. The second contractor or bid that we received from GFL, the comparable 2-men and a truck would have been $21.32 with them. So you can see that we're in the ballpark. And that $21.32 did not take into account the landfill increase, so that would have had to have been negotiated. So just to give you a little benchmark. This is an overview of jurisdictions. And the 2 things I want to point out really quick is I learned that Orange City and DeLand are not the only 2 cities with an exclusive contract. I lived in a little bubble and thought we were it. But through Bill, I was educated, and those cities highlighted in green are the cities that actually have exclusive agreements. At the time when we implemented an exclusive agreement 10+ years ago now, I was told that DeLand was the only one. I don't know now if that was true, but we are definitely not the only ones who operate in this environment. So the current average rate is $20.91 that these cities listed are paying haulers. You can see that at a rate of $15.16, we are well below that. When you factor in our new rate that will go into effect October 1st, we're going to go to $17.18 that we're going to pay them. Granted, as I explained previously, that rate has to be marked up a little for managing the special assessment program, but this is just a benchmark of what the haulers are being paid and where are we in comparison. So the average, when you factor in disposal, there's a lot of nuances and details that can make this a little mind-boggling, and that is our rate includes disposal. In the city of DeBary, who's only paying $14.10, they get all the landfill bills and they write a check to Volusia County for those. So then that has to get factored in as to what's the total cost. And so that brought them up from that $14.10 to $21.49. So we're still well below that. In Deltona, they have the same situation. They pay Waste Pro $14.08. And according to their finance department, the average cost per single family, added monthly is $4, bringing them to $18.08. We are still considerably below that given today. And going forward at the $17.18, we are still below that $23.34 average. Then the other thing I wanted to point out is the agreed upon or the negotiated rate of $21.31 prior to the CPI increase and any fuel adjustment is still going to be below today's average of this group. So we are doing, I do believe this is a better service. You're getting more service, and the price increase is fair for what we're getting, if not favorable. Now we're going to move into commercial lines of service. These are serviced Monday through Sunday. There are various types of service: carts, non-compacted front loads, which is most common, in businesses that actually have the enclosures. If they don't, they may have carts. You have your roll-off or temporary counts. Those are typically our construction debris roll-offs, and then the roll-off compactors. And we have about 16 of those in the city, most notably the hospital. They generate a lot of waste, and they go into a compactor. We have a couple of the apartments. Tegra Landing has a compactor. So all of those lines of services are being addressed in this rate structure. So with commercial, it's a little bit more complicated. There's a lot more moving parts. This is the year one. It's the same situation as residential. We have fixed rates for year one and year two. And then in year three, we have a fixed rate, but they are eligible for CPI. So this is to show you where we're going with the year one commercial with the 20% franchise fee. A cart is currently $31.57. The new rate is $39.48, or 25% increase. Then 2-yard cubic dumpster is $125.30 going to $155.60. It's a 24.2% increase. And the other thing I wanted to point out is the average is 24 to 25%. The original proposal pre-negotiated had carts at 24.03, but all other lines were at 50.5. So but it is implementing over a 3-year, not just rip the Band-Aid off in 1 year. And that's part of that negotiation strategy that was offered. Year two, again, it's fixed. It is eligible for the fuel adjustment, and there's no price increase for the cart. It stays at $39.48, and then all other lines see a 10% increase. Year three, same thing. The cart remains the same. All other lines have an average of 10% increase, but this year it would be eligible for both the CPI and the fuel adjustment, and this year would be 10/1 of 2027. Now I'm going to give you one more brief look, because you remember these services can get serviced from Saturday, 7 days a week, to an extent. I think they have limitations, on the volume, because if you can't get to the dump on Sunday, obviously you can't do a full route on a Sunday, or they wouldn't have anywhere to offload it. We're going to look at a twice-a-week service. So year one, a cart is paying $63.17 today for twice-a-week service. They're going to go to the $78.96. That is a 25% increase. 2 cubic yard dumpster is $251.88, going to $312.90, and that's a 24% increase. Again, same scenario. We go through 4 cubic yard, 6 and 8. Pre-negotiated 1-year rate had an increase of 24.24 on the cart, and then all other lines were an average of 50.49.
Question. So is it fair to say that with all these different scenarios that you split it up, the 3 years, you split it up instead of 50% up front?
Yeah,
You
I think
negotiated
I'd
it out to
mentioned
3
rip
times?
the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, okay.
You're implementing it over 3 years to spread it rather than, and then you're fixing it so that if you had gone with that 50% increase, next year would they be eligible for a CPI and a CPI? We would end up higher. So this is more favorable than that initial program that we had bid and received the bids on. So year two, carts stay the same, and all lines for 2 cubic yard through 8 cubic yard twice a week see the average of almost 11% here. It's like 10.9, unless I read the previous screen wrong. Year three, and that year is eligible for a fuel adjustment. Then we go to year three, and it's the same scenario, 10.9 across, 10.8. And the cart stays the same, but this year they would be eligible for that maximum of CPI increase of 5% plus the fuel adjustment. And currently, CPI was trending at 2.2 over the last 10 years, but that 5% will protect and help us if there's any weird years. But the average is quite surprisingly low considering what we've seen. Now we will move into the roll-off compactors. Those are the ones that I mentioned for the hospital and or the apartment complexes that generate a lot and would have just too many dumpsters, so they have a heavy piece of equipment that compacts it. So the current monthly for a pull. So the difference here is it's not all-inclusive. When you tip the open tops or the front loads I was just talking about, these rates are fixed. You pay that and that's it. If you have an extra pull, you would pay a little extra, or you would, if you have, you would increase your service level. With these other services, there's not only the component for the pull, but then they get pass-through charges for whatever the waste was. So when I'm talking about the roll-off compactors or the roll-off open tops, I'm talking about the price per pull. So with the year one, the sizes range from a 20 up to a 40-yard dumpster. Currently, they're paying $283.86 per pull. The new rate is $350.34. That is a 23.42% increase. Year two, it goes from that $350.34 to $388.88 for an 11% increase. And year three, it goes from I have a typo up there. It goes from $388.88. That little, whoops, where'd I go? My fat finger hit the wrong button. So that 283 is a typo. It should be 388. I do believe my math flows, but I have a typo. So it's going to go from that 388.88 to 431 for an 11% increase. And the fuel adjustment in the first year, and CPI and fuel in the second year, and then the CPI and fuel in the third year. So the roll-off open tops, these are our construction or temporary accounts. They range from a size of 10 through up to 40, and the current monthly rate for a pull is $156.48. You're going to go to $193.13 for a 23.42% increase. Year two, we go from $193.13 to $214.37 for an 11% increase. And then year three, you go from $214 to $67 to $237.95, which is an 11% increase. Again, same thing applies for the fuel and CPI. Multifamily, this is for our mobile home parks. Our examples would be Orange Tree Village, Country Village. They currently have a 95-gallon cart pickup. One thing we learned through the negotiations, I had to reach out to our current hauler to ascertain how many had once a week versus twice a week. They all had once a week. So some of the data I shared previously wasn't quite accurate because it assumed that there was a twice a week pickup, and that just wasn't factual. And I don't get that on a report. But we did thread it out, and this is where we're at. It's going to have an increase from $16.26 per month per service once a week to $18.95. That is a 16.5% increase. The residents don't pay this directly to Ace Pro or the hauler. It is passed through their lot rent, so they could see an increase based on this, but it is fixed for the 3 years, except for the fuel adjustment in year 2 and CPI in year 3, and the fuel in year 3. So at this point, that completes staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to
Any questions from the council?
I got one question. Well, actually, it's a two-part. Who supplies the garbage pails for residential?
They're ours. So currently, with the existing hauler, we got them in with that. But when that contract ends, they revert to us. And so through this contract, the new hauler, Waste Pro, will be responsible for fixing the wheels, changing the lids, or replacing the carts as needed. They also are responsible for any new service. If a new house is built, they will deliver a cart setup to that house as part of this contract.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was that both parts?
Yeah. If my wheels fall off, I call them.
It's almost 11 o'clock. I can't keep track now.
Yeah, no, it's late.
Anybody else on the council?
No, it was very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public? Does the applicant want to say anything? No?
He's snoring.
Hi, okay, that's good. Okay, very nice. Okay, we'll bring it back to council for motion.
One more slide
Oh.
to help with approve.
Thanks.
Staff says to please approve Resolution 37925, which would grant the franchise agreement between Orange City and Waste Pro for exclusive citywide solid waste services.
Is it appropriate to so moved at this point? Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Perfect.
Kaylee?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Councilmember Darms?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Marks?
Yes, resolution number 379-25 passes. Thank you, Waste Pro.
Thank you,
We are
thank you.
so happy to have you. Don't let us down, though. Okay. We're going to move on to discussions and actions. 8A, approve ranking for RFP P253-0-2025 MHH Citywide Legal Services. Dale Arrington.
Are you doing this, David, or would you like me to take it? I'm happy to do it. So, as you know, our dear city attorney announced that he was retiring.
It's all my fault.
It is. It is. And we, council directed us to go out and issue a request for proposals from attorney firms. At your second time of considering this, you appointed a staff committee that would review the paperwork that was submitted and make a recommendation to you. We received 5 different bid requests or proposals, and we had a very good committee meeting in which we brought to you our recommendation, which our recommendation is to interview the top 3 firms. And then from that interview, you select the city attorney that you would like us to negotiate a contract with. You should put them in order, because if we are unable to successfully negotiate a contract to your standards, then we would go to the second-ranked firm. So, that gives you the end of the process. The 3 firms that staff recommended are in your agenda item, and I didn't bring my books with me, but the top 3 ranked firms are DSK Law, Fishback Dominic, and TG Law PLLC. You can look at the scores, and they're in inverse order, so that the ones with the largest number of points are ranked the lowest, I believe. So our top 3 were DSK Law, Fishback Dominic, TJ Law. We recommend that you interview those 3 firms. We supplied you with all of the paperwork. We supplied you with an anticipated list of questions that you're free to add to. And, hope you do add your own questions to it. But those questions were intended to show you some of the key areas we think perhaps missing, not appropriately addressed, or shortcomings of the firms that you need to get on top of through the interview process. The decision that, there's a plethora of options that are available to you. I think the first decision you need to make is, do you want to conduct interviews or not? Staff strongly recommends that you interview before you make a decision, but it is up to you. We can go straight to contract negotiations if that is your druther. Think that would be not a wise thing to do. You should interview. Then you need to decide who you want to interview. You can interview one firm or you can interview all 5 firms. We have provided to you a recommendation to interview 3. You know, the 4th ranked firm is marginal, and I want to say staff did not like, for very good reasons, the 5th firm, which was Sabatini, and don't recommend that you interview them. Then once you've decided who you want to interview, we can circle back and talk about the process. And going through this with you, you know, I have kind of developed in my head a recommended process for you, and it will be dependent upon the number of firms that you decide you want to interview. But, you know, at the beginning, or now, you can make a decision on whether you want everyone in the room while you do the interviews, or if you would like to sequester them. Of course, this will be videotaped and available on YouTube. They can go in another room and watch you, should they choose to. So it's entirely up to you on whether you feel comfortable with them present or not. And they have the right, in my understanding, to object to having to leave the room. It's they may stay here. They're not subject to the CNC law. Is that correct, David? Thank you. The CCNA law. So they have the right to stay here if they object, but I think it would be kind of foolhardy for somebody to do that. But it's happened in the past during different interview sessions. So if you go with, I think once you've decided to interview, I would recommend that you bring them in one at a time, give them 10 to 15 minutes to present what they think they can do for you, 25 minutes for questions and answers. That provides, and I know this is foolish since you'll be dealing with a lot of attorneys, only 45 minutes per firm, and some of them may be big talkers. So if you interview 3 firms, you could be and provide time to make a decision. Theoretically, you could be out of here about this time if you tried to do it in one night. If you move to 4 or 5 firms, you're looking at midnight or later if everybody uses the same amount of time, and you may want to do it in 2 nights. So that's the end of my presentation.
So I don't want to be in a position like we are tonight where it's almost 11 o'clock and I'm starting to feel like I can't make good decisions. I don't know about you all after being up all day. My first question was, by your ranking, I was going to ask you how that worked as far as what was the highest, what was the lowest, and you answered that. And so you said you did not recommend Sabatini, but that was one of the highest scored ones on the sheet, am I right?
It's the lowest because it's the highest.
It's the lowest? Okay.
Thank you. That's correct. That's what I meant by inverse.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood it
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
And then, so I did read all this, everybody. I'm sure you all did too, and it's a lot, but I was not so impressed with DSK as much as I was VOS. Did I say that right? Yeah, Vos Law. And so that was one of the things that I looked at, like, I personally would like to interview them more than DSK Law. And, you know, I don't want to be there till midnight either, to be honest with you. And so, because I don't think we're making good decisions when we get past a certain time of the evening. But this is a really important decision for us, because that's hard shoes to follow right there, right, to fill? And I, you know, and I mean that, like,
Thank you. We, your committee spent a lot of time
Yeah.
talking about this, and so I think I would suggest that you take a look at the questions that the group submitted.
Mhm.
Those weren't just pulled out of the air. That was based upon the responses and the specifics of each of the responding applicants. I think the good thing to take from this is that you've got some really good law firms that are interested in providing legal services going forward for the city. So that's encouraging.
And then the other thing is how much do we currently pay for legal services a month?
It varies greatly per month. I think a better question would be, how much do we pay per year?
Well,
And
only because that's how these are drafted in these proposals.
I understand. So, let me give a brief explanation for it. We currently pay a flat rate to Mr. Reichman or any attorney from his company, $150 per hour, I believe.
Okay.
All of these are, pardon me? Oh.
Yeah, we're not going to get it that cheap anymore, we know.
No, of course you're not.
Shouldn't say cheap, that devalues you. I didn't mean it like that.
Got a good value.
So on our labor attorney, we pay $305 an hour.
Okay.
Our insurance attorneys, which, are part of the package deal,
Yeah.
in some instances, if we need to ask for special services, like I did with Mr. Sanders
Yeah.
from our very select cyber attorney,
Mhm.
I racked up quite a considerable bill because they are very specialty.
I only ask because if you noticed in these proposals, everybody, they had their prices in there, and some were by the hour and some were by the month. And, one was $24,000 a month and one was $25,000 a month, and then the other ones were by the hour. And so that's kind of tricky
Correct.
because we don't know what we're going to rack up, right? We never know.
So our current legal bill, not including what we charge back to our people receiving development services reviews, which we'd have to negotiate this in the contract, as you can see some of them were savvy enough to include an upcharge on that, is about $200,000 a year. And I want to say it ranges anywhere, depending upon the given workload, from $8,000 per month to around $20,000 to $22,000 per month. And it varies year to year on our labor negotiations, and I recommend you may want to consider keeping the same labor attorney because we're going into full labor redos next calendar year of the entire contract, not just wages and one other item, but the whole contract. I don't remember what I was saying.
See, that's where we're all like,
I know.
and we
So,
can't take this off
yes,
and come back. We need to do
I
this.
get it. So it's considerable. So you've got about 200,000, not including, land development reviews, which are not as expensive as you may think. That would be for our city services. And there's a range per month of between 8 to 20.
So with that being said, if you see one of these proposals says 25,000, it also has per hour on top of that for other things, and then our other
Correct.
attorneys that you're talking about. I just
Right.
wanted to put that out there so you understand. And for me, I love that we're going to interview them because I want to know our attorney. Like, we have a good relationship with our current attorney, right? We feel comfortable with him. So I think it's real important to meet who we could potentially work with, but also, when Mr. Reichman wasn't here and I had this conversation with Dale, is that he had to go out on a medical thing. He had sent other people. And like I said, you have hard shoes to fill. So I was like, oh, I wish Bill was here, And so I want, when we interview these I can't even talk anymore, but these agencies or whatever, we're gonna meet their main attorney, but are we gonna meet the people that may be filling in for them? That was my question.
Well, we'll ask
Possibly.
them. You know, we'll have to ask them to bring their primary and their secondary. I certainly hope they do. You know, what you will find is that on your secondary attorneys, they may change year from year.
Yeah.
Because they're not the prime. And, you know, there was only one firm that said it was going to provide one attorney the first of the month and a different attorney the second meeting of the month. You know, and we've asked you to ask that question of can they change that?
Yeah.
Or how are they going to deal with this? You know, and hopefully they'll bring both if they want you to work routinely, because I would imagine they're all savvy enough to have read the questions that show what some of the concerns are.
Okay. Any questions from the council on this or discussion?
I just want to know what we can do to keep Mr. Reichman.
At 150?
Table this indefinitely.
I've
There
requested
you
the
go.
golf course that he likes to go to, so if we ever need to, you know, I know how to run carts on a
Well,
golf
you
course.
heard Dale, she
I
said
can go
table
get
it.
Yeah, I think we should table this to.
That's
I
funny.
think, I just think I mean, the top three, but Kelly, you mentioned that
I mean,
you like those.
I read through it.
So
I was very impressed.
maybe we need to consider interviewing all those four.
I would hope that you would all agree with that. I'm not looking forward to that long of interviews because I know interviewing is not fun, but it's so important for us. That's what and I mean, Mr. Reichman, I know you were on this committee, but do you have any say on the fourth one that I mentioned as far as, do you have any recommendation on it? Or?
I can't really weigh in on.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all, the 4 or the 5, let me say this,
Yeah.
can all do the job well.
Okay.
The selection of your city manager, the selection of your city clerk, and the selection of your city attorney are such personal decisions.
I
Because
see.
you're going to be working with them a lot, on
Right.
individually and collectively. And, you know, they all bring different personalities.
That's right.
They all bring different approaches to doing their job. So do I have preferences? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that my preferences are going to fit yours. So.
Well, I just figured you're in the attorney world. You might know some things we don't know.
Well, I think a lot of it will come out in the interviews.
Yeah, that's why those questions.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to get a feel for, you know, how they respond to questions, maybe a tough question, and how they deal with that. You'll be able to ask them about some of their areas of expertise. You'll be able to ask them about the financial relationship that is going to be established between the taxpayers of Orange City and these attorney firms. You're going to be able to ask about the quantity of legal representation that they can provide as a firm.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you that it's virtually impossible for one person to do all the work that's necessary to do in today's legal world, because of all the different specialties that are involved, that are needed to provide to a local government, Orange City.
I agree.
True.
So I want to say that the selection committee had very spirited discussion, you know, in making our recommendations. And Vose was not an outlier. It was considered very thoroughly because it was up there close. Our job was to give you the top 3.
Right.
That's what we did, but it was not like
They weren't far
Vose
off.
was down there with
Yeah,
Sabatini.
that's why I think we should give them a chance.
And, you know, I'm just pointing that out, that, you know, in fact, some committee members really liked them, you know. And they ranked okay. Sabatini's the one that ranked really low.
And if you know,
So,
you've asked me to give an opinion. My only concern would be with the Vose Law Firm, and I expressed this in when I was on, you know, my part of it. If you look at their application,
Yeah.
they're doing a lot of legal work in a lot of different parts of the state of Florida.
Right.
And I'm not sure how thin you can spread yourself, and still be available, because there's a lot of times that you'll call me,
Yeah.
and it can't wait for 24 or 48 hours.
Well,
And I
but they had a lot
recognize
of
that, and I
people,
try
too.
to answer your phone calls or your emails or get with you. And, you know, that's just kind of part of the specifics of this area of the practice of local government. You have to
Yeah.
recognize that things come up on a Friday afternoon.
Well,
And if
when
I'm
I
not
looked at
available,
it, the other ones had quite a few cities that they were covering too, or.
I'm not saying that's specific to Vose. I'm just saying it to
Oh,
all of
okay.
them.
I thought
To
you were talking
all
about
of them.
them.
You need to make sure that they've got the depth
That's
and they've
right.
got the resources to provide the type of legal services that it's not just on Tuesday nights, folks.
Yeah.
Take a
And
look at some of the invoices that you get from my law firm. We're doing work every day.
Yes.
And sometimes you have 3 or 4 different attorneys working for the city of Orange City every day.
Yes. I agree. And I just thought the presentation of the DSK was kind of dry and not real exciting compared to the other, you know, when you're going for a job. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the presentations, there's not much in here compared to the other ones. That's why I was like,
Each
you,
law firm.
you all picked that, and I appreciate all the work you did, the staff, and so I would not disregard that, because obviously you saw something in there that was worth interviewing for, right? But I just thought that,
Law firms have personalities just like individuals have personalities, just like cities have governing bodies have personalities. And so that's why I think it's so important that, and I agree with your city manager, that you do interview those folks that are actually going to be providing the legal services. Because so much of it you can only understand once you see them and talk to them.
I agree. Okay, well,
Kind of like speed dating.
any more discussion, anybody up here?
Well, we need to select
so you
an
need,
option.
you need to say, yep, you want to do interviews. I think I've
Yeah.
obtained that. Everybody wants to interview, right?
Correct.
Okay, then how many do you want to interview?
I say all but Sabatini. What do y'all think? So 4.
As a group?
Yeah, but I don't know if we want to do it all in one night, because like she said, it'll be late.
Let's first
Yeah.
decide how many.
Yeah.
I think 3.
And if we did 3, we would do them all in one night rather than
That's up to you guys.
spread them out.
Your next item is to decide who you want to interview.
I mean, it's better to have more options.
So let me look at
I think if we do 4, we can divide it up into 2 nights. That way we have ample time for both.
Can you talk into the microphone? Sorry, Dana.
I think if we interview all 4, then we divide it up into 2 nights. Then we have ample time with each. And that way we're not here till midnight.
Wait a minute. Fran, we're on video. Okay.
I just wanted to ask again about Sabatini. Was it mostly because he's more of a litigator than someone that's more offering of advice or something like that?
They have 2 attorneys, primary attorneys in
Right.
their firm. They represent clients that are suing local governments for
Yeah.
items that, and I don't know the specifics of the cases, but for items that you all may hold dear, like the right to be able to inform your citizens and educate your citizens. You know, there's some new state law that says if something is going to come before the voters, you may not spend any money whatsoever educating the voters about that issue. And I don't know what his stance was in some of this, and I don't want to get into the legal case, but he has made a living.
Dale, you might want to speak into the microphone too.
He has sued local governments, and much of his governmental experience, without looking at it, is, I think he was an elected person, and he's using that as his municipal law experience. And I think that was some of the thinking of why he was not appropriate for this position.
I personally don't think
But-
we need to get involved in all that.
But, you know, if you all want to interview all 5, we can certainly do that. It's your choice.
All right. Well,
What's the general consensus? I mean, 3 or 4?
I'll tell you what. Who wants 3? Raise your hand.
I'm going with 3.
That's your general consensus then.
Okay, so who do you want to interview as your general 3?
Which 3?
The top
Are you all okay with top 3?
Yeah, write mine down.
I'm not going with the top 3 because in my discussion, TG Law only has like 3 attorneys. The other law firms have much more, so if there's an issue, like when Bill has been sick or whatever, there's been, you know, more than one to replace him. So we need somebody that doesn't have just 2 or 3 attorneys. So if we're gonna do 3, then I would say eliminate TG, do DBK, whatever it is,
DSK.
Vose and Fishback. Because
So-
they have a healthy amount of attorneys.
I don't necessarily believe that quantity is always the best, though, because what if they have,
Because if we decided to choose TG Law, they only have 3 attorneys.
Yeah,
That's
but how
not
many
enough
clients
in
do
my,
they have?
listen, I worked for attorneys for 20 years, so I know.
I know.
You know, you want to have that availability. And in our position, we want somebody who's going to be available.
Mm-hmm.
We've been very fortunate, because when you weren't here, we had, was her name Nasa?
Lisa Borkert.
And, yeah, she was good. But I also know that your firm has a lot more attorneys as well. So if she couldn't make it, we would have had somebody else. So that's how I feel. I mean, I think we should have somebody that can provide, 3 is not a lot.
Kelly, do we want to kind of go down and see, you know, each one and see which one?
That's what I'm making.
Okay. Harry, is someone going to tabulate this, or you want me to?
I'm working
Okay.
on making a list.
Harry,
Give
what's
me
your
one
3?
moment.
Thank you, Dale.
What's my 3? I think, let's go with Fishback. DSK. Voss, that's the one, they were in West Palm, right?
No.
No.
From Winter Park?
They're in Winter
Park,
Park?
Winter
Okay, let's
Park.
go with them. Voss.
Okay. Fran?
DSK, Fishback, and Vose.
Dawn?
I'm going to trust the committee and go with Fishback, DSK, and TG.
Lisa Marie?
DSK, Fishback, and Voss.
Okay. Lisa?
DSK.
Wait a minute,
Oh.
slow down. Wait just for me. I'm not as fast as you guys.
It's also
Dinner's
almost
calling my name.
11:15.
Okay, Ms. Stafford, I'm sorry.
DSK, Fishback, and TG Law. I'm gonna trust the committee.
And I'm also going to trust the committee, DSK, Fishback, and TG.
I don't know how you run a business with 3 attorneys.
So what I got is impossible. What did you do?
I need to know Mayor Marks.
Oh, that's why it's
Oh.
impossible.
See, I didn't even do it.
I know, I'm
Told
like,
you.
we're missing one.
I got
Thank you. Thank you.
DSK, Fishback, and Voss, or Vos, however you say. Vos.
Okay, so the ones we interview are DSK, Bose, and Fishback.
Okay.
I think the final decision is whether you want to try to do that one night or spread it out over 2 nights.
2.
So how about
No?
if we,
One
You're
night.
gonna be here till midnight?
No.
45 minutes, would you say 45 minutes? And then 25 minutes for questions?
and I think 10 to 15 minutes for an attorney's presentation, 25 minutes for questions and answers. So, you know, and then you have to do the shuffle between attorneys. You'll need 10 minutes to get started because we need to explain what we're doing to the television viewers and go through what it is, where they're going, and you'll need to advise them. We'll do this if you agree to the rules of the road. We'll tell them beforehand, but they all should meet here to start with, and then we disperse. So if you did 10 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes, including a 5-minute shuffle on each one of those, that gives you 2.5 hours for 3, which puts you at around 9 o'clock, making, you know, being able to sit down and have your discussion. Let me make sure I did my math right. 135. I'm 20, 155. That's 2.5 hours. Yeah, so 2.5 hours for 3 from 6:30 to 9.
That's not too bad. That's
And then-
before discussion.
Then you discuss and talk about it.
Okay.
Now, you know, if the attorneys are long-winded, if you have more questions,
Exactly.
then, you know, it could be an hour per group.
And then we're gonna make our decision that night?
I think you should.
Right.
You could do, yes.
Okay. I'm just
So-
telling
And
y'all, be
Remember now,
prepared.
that's not the final step. You're going to make that'll be giving direction to go back and negotiate the contract.
Right.
With staff to work with
To bring it
the
back.
number 1 ranked.
Right.
And then it'll come back to you at another city council meeting to approve that contract. And at that point in time, you will have finished the process.
So we should rank them 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Yes.
If they're, you know, if you like XYZ firm the best, but you think it's a tough decision and your close second is ABC firm, you may say, go out and negotiate a contract with XYZ. And if it doesn't work, then we go out and negotiate the contract with ABC firm, your second choice, and your third. If you had 3 that you were comfortable with. But we bring to you the contract that we negotiate, and you can, you know, usually by then the tweaking is over.
Okay.
But you can approve it or not approve it. The ball is in your
So I suggest we do one night, because it sounds like everybody wants to do one night. But if it gets late, I'm gonna call it, because we're not gonna make this major decision when we're exhausted. Because I can't even think straight right now at this time of night. I've been up since 5. So if
Yeah.
it gets to that point, I will call it and we'll have to come back.
Well, it would be an action of the council, Mayor. I mean, it would be a motion to adjourn and then the
Okay.
council. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? We want to make the right decision, right? We don't want to just do it because it's late and we want to get it over with. It's real important. So, okay.
You could ask the question, absolutely, and you could pass the gavel.
Yeah.
but It has to be voted on by the
Okay.
council.
So is that the consensus of the council, one night, or we'll do a head nod for one night?
Yeah.
Yes?
Well, let me ask you something, could we start a little earlier?
We could. I think we could. I'm not sure what's booked in the council chambers. Could you check that, Kaylee?
Start CRA meetings at
I think we had this
5:30.
scheduled for,
Yeah, I don't
Two-
believe anything's, I typically don't
What's the
book
date?
anything.
What's the date again?
Let's
To make
double
sure.
check.
Two date.
The dates we set aside.
And we are good to go.
So you could start? You could start at 5 if people could be here.
Can't be here, yeah, we got workers, we got workers.
Was it 15th to 16th?
15th.
15th?
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 But whichever night you choose. 15th?
15th.
Okay.
For me.
Now I
Go down the
have
line.
15th.
6 o'clock?
Harry, you want 15th or
Yeah,
the
I'm good.
16th?
It doesn't matter to me, I'm good.
Fran,
15th.
15th or the 16th? Dawn,
16th.
okay. Lisa Marie?
Okay, 15th.
I said 16.
Oh,
15.
We all said 15. Dawn, 16. Lisa Marie?
15th.
Elisa?
Whatever day is fine with me.
So are you able to make the 15th, Ms. Tansen?
I have sheriff's office duty that day. It's mandatory training. I don't know what time you want to start.
Okay. And we all need to be here, right? I mean, it would be important that we'll all be here. No.
Correct, but
Dana?
it's no different than any other meeting.
Right.
I can do either day.
Either one?
Yeah.
I don't want you to make accommodations for me. Just let me know what time.
Well, don't you have to do that training
I
though?
do.
What time's the training go till?
It says 8 to 4, but we're not
Oh,
sure.
gosh, okay.
Yeah.
Go to Wednesday, don't matter to me.
I usually work Wednesday night, but
All right, so we want to do 5:30 like we normally do on CRA or something?
Or you could do 6 or 6:30.
Whatever you guys want.
I'm okay with either or for the 15th, if you wanna do. I mean,
Okay.
I think, Dawn, you gotta tell us what time you can make it, cause you're gonna be doing training till 4. So,
I'm good for 5:30.
Okay.
If everybody else is
Okay,
good for 5:30.
15th at 5:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Should I ask about snacks?
Should if
Do
they're
you
coming
want
straight from
snacks?
I want steak. Just kidding.
It's a tough budget
Just
year.
kidding. How about Olive Garden? No, just
Get
kidding.
bologna.
Snacks would be
Get
good.
bologna.
Snacks?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, snacks.
margaritas.
She asked, so I.
Our snacks are always superb. So,
I think we go with rice. and
Potluck,
bologna.
okay, now then, questions. What would you like us to have available for you? The redo of the questions that were in this agenda item? Would you like to send me any questions so I can type them out and everybody has them? Or you just want to bring your own questions?
I personally would like you to just bring back the questions that you have in here, and then if we want to add to it, I don't know how
We
y'all
should
feel.
add to it.
Yeah,
And, you know, we might put in a general thing, maybe a worksheet that just says some general questions to spark your brain power at the meeting.
Maybe some questions for Voss, or Vase, whatever that.
oh yeah,
We
because
didn't-
we don't
we
have
didn't
their questions in
for
there.
that one.
I think you'll find there's a lot of repeats, so.
Yeah. We'll just change it.
General.
All right. so
Cool.
we
Is
can-
everybody okay with that?
All right,
Yeah.
very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Longest meeting there.
Okay.
It's my second
Report, city
longest.
manager.
Only one item, and that's just to let you know, I have asked Mr. Moore to, pick a meeting that he wants to sit in the city manager's seat in August. And I'll be in the audience, Christine will be in the audience, it's training time. Training people to do this, so.
Okay.
both Christine and I will be out of town in October. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to an International City Managers
Nice.
Conference. It's on your meeting date. I want to make sure you've got representation
I
here.
feel very confident he can handle it.
I think he can too.
I do, seriously.
Uh-oh. Just want to get him used to it before we're in Tampa. You know.
Awesome. Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
City clerk? City attorney?
It's 11:23, no report.
You had to remind us. That's why I dislike that we put new business at the end of the agenda, because by then we're like, really? She's got new business? Because I do have new business. I was gonna ask if the staff could look into, the regulations on paint colors of exterior colors, finishes on commercial and multifamily zone buildings, to see if we have anything and, you know, any kind of code for that. Just because it came to I'm starting to see on 1792 a lot of really bright electric colors. And I know when I came on the council, they had discussed trying to make it look more like Winter Park and the monument signs and make it, you know, get rid of the blight and all that. And Orange City's looking pretty good, but I just see this happening, and I know we can't reverse the people that have already done it, because that would be terrible to do to anybody. But if we don't look into this and maybe do something in the future, we might have a very electric colored city. So if the council's
So
okay
you
with bringing that back.
want to look at the possibility of regulating paint colors and exterior finishes to, I believe, to eliminate
I don't even know what the word is at this time of night, but
extremely bright and garish color schemes.
right, like,
With earth tones?
right. I can't even talk anymore.
To promote neutrals and.
Neutral, that's what I want to say, neutral
Okay.
colors.
Just trying to flesh out where we're
Yes.
going here.
If not, it's going to be called Electric City instead of Orange City. So,
So the way this process works, Mayor, is that there needs to be consensus on the council
yes,
to approve that.
that's what I'm asking. Is the council okay with that, bringing it back?
Sure.
Head nods, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Dana, you got new business?
Yes, I have a couple of things, actually.
Just kidding.
When we start talking about new development, stormwater has become the forefront of discussion around that. So I would like to see if the council would allow or would agree with a presentation of existing stormwater requirements for new development, what other cities and counties have done to increase the stormwater requirements for proposed existing developments, and on an analysis on whether or not Orange City should increase stormwater requirements to mitigate potential flooding, and how that would be accomplished.
And when you read that, did you said counties, do you mean cities or cities and counties?
Cities and counties.
I'm okay with that. I mean, it's always good to be proactive and see if there's anything that we're not doing. It's gonna put a lot of time on the staff to pull it up, but,
Both of these are, so don't expect it back anytime.
oh, we do expect it back soon.
These are complicated issues. Both of them are. Happy to do it, want to do it, but it'll take a little while to fit this into our existing workload, to bring you back a good report of, that analyzes.
So how long are we talking?
Several months. You have to realize that we have short staff in our Development Services Department, which would be responsible for doing the colors. And, similarly, this would fall to our same development staff, where we're short-staffed, to be looking at the stormwater in conjunction with our engineering department. And particularly on this one, You need to know that the state of Florida adopted new legislation this year. It is 190/25 that prohibits a local government from amending its land development code and stormwater regulations for a year. And any impacted city or county to address construction and impacted is where you are under a declared disaster. So I just got this in from your legal team, and I sent it out to all of our affected parties because it is an extremely broad, it's a very broad law that the state put a moratoria on moratoria. And they said that if you have experienced floods, you cannot change your laws to prohibit redevelopment in those flooded laws or address the flooding problems for 1 year. So now is a good time for us to start looking at it. But we aren't going to be able to do anything anyway until we get past the 1 year anniversary of NOAA. Am I reading that law correctly?
The way I look at it is just they're saying you can't overreact and jump into to regulating, and they probably don't want to impede people from being able to rebuild. The other way to look at it is that we've got a real bad problem, but we're not going to let you fix it. So, but it's not forever. It's like Dale said, it's for a year. So, but her point is well taken, and that is that even if we were able to snap our fingers and come up with a bunch of ideas for you for our next city council meeting, we wouldn't be able to because of this time constraint on this new law that was just signed by the governor recently.
And the first thing we're doing on the paint colors is, and we've already reached out to Amelia to do a search, is to see if we are still authorized to regulate commercial paint colors, because not this state legislative session, but the prior one, they stripped some of our ability to deal with
That's understandable.
beauty regulations.
Aesthetics.
It's just, I'm going to tell you, though, I feel like every time we ask you to do something new, I always hear you say to us, it's going to be a while because we're short-staffed. And I'm trying to figure out why you're short-staffed when we keep giving administrative positions to y'all the last couple of years. What is going on? And we're not in your seat. We don't know what you're doing all day, right? You may be doing so much that you know, like you're saying, but we don't see that. But we're sitting here thinking, well, we're asking you for new initiatives, and you're going, oh, boy, I got a whole list here I got to get to, right?
So let's just talk about the strategic plan and the new initiatives that you said you wanted to do and accomplish this year. Both of these items were not on it, and immediately following that adoption of that workshop, you didn't even wait till you adopted the plan before the motion was made, and you gave me a new initiative to start looking at process improvements throughout the city. I've got to tell you, that is not a quick item, not quick. I immediately began studying that.
Are you talking about the time studies?
Absolutely. That's the first new initiative. I took the time studies and I went to city staff, and at a department head meeting we conducted, after I attended a seminar on this, how to go about analyzing your department on downtime, where we have gaps in our service level and where we have impediments, and processes.
I didn't think that was a direction for it to be internal, though. I thought we wanted someone to come in from the outside and figure out what the time studies were. Am I wrong, counsel?
You told me to report back to you. The first thing I did was I contacted Herb Marlowe. I said, how much does it cost to do this? And I didn't realize I was under a time constraint and reporting back on this.
I don't think you were.
So that's the one I'm working on now. Based on what Mr. Marlowe told me, and then me talking to Raf Tellis that does this, doing a general overview of the city to identify where we have deficiencies on a department by department basis, is approximately $100,000. I know we didn't have $100,000. So as your manager, I put it down to the department heads to take the initial descriptions of where they identify downtimes on staff and do that work internally. And it's called downtime, and it's an acronym. I didn't bring it with me. And I gave everyone couple months to call their staffs together to meet, to go through these exercises on identifying it. We're starting to report these back at staff meetings in July. My intent from there was to write up, here's what we have identified. Here's some problems we're already solving as a result of just going through that exercise. But here are the big ticket ones that we have identified. Here's the ones where we need consultant help, and bring that to you. And that way you can hire a consultant to work on the ones that are most concerning to you all and spend your money effectively. And it may be anywhere from, and I don't know what they are, we haven't gotten that far, from $10,000 to $25,000 for one study in an area, as opposed to just doing a broad range identification of what the problems are. The people that I talked to about this are Lean Sigma 6 trained. I believe you may have been that way.
Lean Six Sigma, black belt.
Yes, black belt people, and I'm trying to follow those known processes. So in that one example is why it has taken me from a May meeting to probably not being able to report back to you several months. It may be 4 or 5 months to bring you a quality agenda item. So my goal in preparing anything to you is to do the research on it and bring you valid alternatives that are efficient, effective, and affordable. If you want slop, I can do it real quick. But, that's why it takes some long time. And I'm not trying to say that we won't do it. I'm just trying to make sure you don't have an expectation that you'll get it on your agenda in a couple of weeks, because we have a huge due list of things that you would like to accomplish and on new initiatives, and we are adding to it every single meeting and not dropping much off. The first thing I have to do is carry the day-to-day normal operations of the city that must be done before I tackle a new initiative. We want to make sure everything else is running right. And I look at the new initiatives we've completed just within the last couple of months, and it is a team effort to bring to you a stormwater plan. It is a team effort to bring to you a rate study on stormwater. Every day we went over and met with Public Works and Finance to drill down and get all of this information together. Every day. Then we turn around and Christine has spent majority of her time corralling our consultants to bring you a ready-to-go garbage contract. It's a lot of work. It is not done like this.
Didn't
It is
say it
done
was.
with hours of work that you do not see. On top of that, I try to timely respond to emails. And you can see what happens when I don't respond within 3 days. They come here. You know, our goal is to respond to emails within 24 hours. Sometimes fail, but
So
there's
I'm
a lot of
I'm not
work.
questioning that you all work very hard. I don't want you to think that. What I'm saying is that we had mentioned the time study a couple meetings ago. So I asked, I didn't even know all this until you just said it, right?
Right.
But what I was saying is that if there's indeficiencies in certain departments where they cannot perform for things that we're asking for from the council, we want to know, because we're making a budget here. We need to know.
That's
And so the
why-
departments came to us and told us their needs, yes, but when you tell me every time, well, it's going to be a while, it's
Almost-
concerning. You
Almost,
know?
almost everything you ask me to do is not a simple item.
I understand that.
And when you ask for a simple item, I try and bring it to you quickly. Maybe for me, what I'm saying is it's going to be a while. It's a couple of months. I will work it in. I give you every week a list of where we are on upcoming agenda items, and I try and keep you advised that way. But most of them, like for next meeting, the agenda item deadline is this Friday. That's the date all of the people need to come in and have their draft agenda items in the iCompass to put it out for your meeting on the 18th. So right then, I'm letting you know it's not going to be ready next meeting. And then we're going right into budget season. So, you know, it'll probably be a couple of months before you see this work. And it isn't that there's anything broken anywhere. It's just that we don't have the luxury of dropping what is already on our plate to work on a new initiative. Some organizations have a special projects person who does nothing but special projects. We don't have that. Almost every special project that involves intergovernmental coordination amongst the departments lands in the purview of the city manager's office trying to coordinate it. We have a huge number of things we're trying to coordinate. And in addition, we are trying to work on a tracking sheet so that you can see a list of projects that we have going at all times. We
Okay.
have capital projects and then regular projects.
Okay.
Sorry,
Let's-
Mayor Marks, I'm not trying to beat you over the head with it, but yes, we are very busy. And the people that Joe needs to work on this, he asked for one new position. I've denied that, and he's one person short right now. And that would be the position that normally would work on something like this.
So let's reel it back to Dana's new business. Did we finish that? Are we accepting that? Are we not accepting that? Sorry, I just want to.
Sorry.
I know everybody wants to go home, so. What's the consensus? Do you want to bring it back for consideration?
Yes.
Delirious.
I will say yes. Yeah, I would say let's bring it back at some, down the road.
Sure.
Fran? Lisa Marie? You okay with that? Okay. Okay. Do you have more new business?
One more thing. I attended the Land in Greater West Volusia Chamber of Commerce Appreciation Breakfast and accepted the Legacy Investors Certificate of Appreciation on behalf of our city.
That would be under comments, but it's late, so we understand. Okay, thank you. Any, we already approved the minutes. Any more comments from the council?
I don't have
I think we're all worn out here.
No, not enough.
We'll need a motion to
We're
adjourn.
done. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in
Aye.
favor, say aye.